Testing. 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 1, 2, 3. Testing. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm here. I'm gonna be here doing stuff and things. But welcome in, everybody. Today's gonna be a pretty short stream, but I decided to do this on a bit of a whim after coming up with the idea yesterday. And I think it was yesterday, last night, I came up with the idea, and I'm like, you know, this sounds like fun. Let's do it. And yeah, I'm here doing it, and we are going to be just going through a tier list of my favorite animes, ranking my animes of this year. I actually might also do one of what I've watched this year. Not what I've watched this year, but I also might do one later on with like the best animes of the year ranked, in my personal opinion. But my brother will be joining me at one point, and he's going to talk about his favorite. He's going to rank his animes of the year as well, like what he watched. I will also be doing the same with games. I don't have... So I've watched quite a bit of anime this year, but I haven't played too many games. So my games are going to be a little mixed. I'm going to have games that are complete, that I've finished, and some that I haven't. And I actually have some here that I have to check if they even, like, if I even played them this year. Because some of these came out. There's pretty much like one that I know... I'm not sure if I played it this year, because I played it for a bit when it came out. It's Fire Emblem Engage. I don't remember when it released exactly, so I don't know if I actually played it this year, so that one might not be a part of it. And I'm actually going to look that up now. When did Fire Emblem Engage come out? Yeah. So it came out in last year. Okay, so this game will not be counting towards this tier list then. Yeah, this game will not be counting towards the tier list then. We will not be doing this game. So I will be putting that back. But I have a few games that like I've played this year. I have a good 6 that I haven't finished, and I have 4 that I did complete. I really didn't play that much. Actually, there was another one. I don't remember when Tears of the Kingdom came out. I feel so dumb for even thinking that, but Tears of the Kingdom release date. That's what I thought. Oh, yeah, so that's not even this year either, which actually means that's off the list, because I played it right away. For some reason, I thought it was this year, but no, it makes sense, because Echoes of Wisdom, right? So it does make sense that it wasn't this year. So never mind. I have 3 games I completed, and then 5 games that I currently like started. Honestly, one of these might not even be from this year, thinking about it. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna say it is. It's so hazy because it's like I don't know when I started it. There are some others I have on a list as well that I will try to look into. But hi, Scourge. Yes, really. I missed, dude. Games for this year. I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but I've barely played any games this year, and I cannot for the life of me remember what is what. Like I don't remember what kind of released when I played it. Like I have Reboot Camp here, and I'm like, I think that released last year, but I don't think I played it right away. So I'm actually not sure if I played this at the beginning of the year or not. Another one is Story of Seasons, and I think I did play it still during this year. I didn't start it this year, but I still played it a little bit. So it's like, that one's fine. That one I'll give it to, because I know I remember telling a friend about it earlier this year as well, because I was playing it. But I'm like, join the club. Echoes of Wisdom was the only one for me. Yeah, yeah. The only games I actually completed this year: P3, Echoes of Wisdom, and I guess you could technically say I didn't complete it, but I played it. It came out this year, and I did complete like the story-ish mode. Jamboree, Mario Party Jamboree. I did play it quite a bit, and I've played enough of it to kind of have an opinion on what I think of it, because it's more of a, you know, because it's not like a full-fledged like start to finish complete game, and it's a party game. After playing enough of it, I'm gonna be able to rank it, and I've played enough of it so I can rank it. Advance Wars is the only one I'm not sure of still. I actually need to look the date up, because I think I still played it the year I got it. I think I just didn't. When did Advance Wars 1 and 2 reboot? I think I played it later in the year that it released. Yeah, so I don't think I played it this year, so I won't be counting that one either. Okay, I won't be counting that one either. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, I've got like no games. But yeah, I was saying my brother will be joining us after. He's gonna rank his animes and manga. And then that's kind of going to be it. It's more so a wrap-up of the year kind of stream. I thought about doing like a post on Instagram or something, but I'm like, not everybody's going to see that. And I might still do it just for like, so my friends can see or something. But it'd probably just be animes, but I don't know. But I was kind of like, yeah, no, I can have a little video here. Maybe link it if people want to see it. But yeah, so it's not a lot of games, but we got quite a few animes. I have quite a lot to talk about with the animes. And after I get through these animes, I have some animes of the year that I haven't finished. Either being because I'm not gonna like not include anything. Excuse me. So I'm going to go from the perspective of, even if I watched like only a couple episodes, which there is one anime with that, it was more so because that singular anime I just was not feeling slice of life, and it kind of like, unfortunately I was super interested to watch it, and I kind of like, I watched a couple episodes and I'm like, I can't right now, I'm not feeling slice of life. But there's a few animes like that I started because I was really into slice of life at the moment, because I watched some that I really, really, really loved, and then after that I kind of needed a break from it, so I've been taking a break from that. But yeah. Oh, sorry. I need to take a drink. Looking at this list, I'm like, oh, I already know what the bottom two are, and the bottom like three actually, and I'm like, people might not be happy about it. That's fine. But two of them are, I've barely seen anything from the series, and one is, I'll get into it about the other one. But the rest of them were, this year was a hot year for what I watched. Like, not all of this came out this year. Only like a few things came out this year. But the thing is, this is all the stuff I watched. So, just as a quick thing, it's only what I watched this year that I'm doing. Some of it did come out this year, but some of it didn't. Some of it was like from a year ago, or a couple years ago or something. So, I think it's about like half-half. But that's kind of what I'm doing, is just what I watched this year, because it's more fun that way. And then, as I said, I might go over the best animes of this year. But if I'm talking about that, I'm probably not going to be talking about any kind of like multiple seasons. I'm talking about the actual animes themselves. We'll see. I might not do that. That is a video idea I've had, talking about each year's like best anime. But yeah, I should probably stop talking and probably just start this, because, you know, I want to get my brother doing his too. Yeah, I want to make sure I finish this before it hits 12. I want to make sure I finish this at least like 11ish, right? Go over, spend the actual New Year with my parents. We might watch a movie. And I got some chores to do. I might have to do chores tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how things pan out. But anywho, are you guys ready? Ramble? Yes, I'm good at that. I'm good at that. But honestly, I'm looking forward. I was looking forward to this. I was looking forward to this quite a bit. I was trying to figure out this layout, but I'm glad I did it the way I did. The only thing is, I didn't think about something, so I do want to see. His chat box is actually kind of small. I want to increase the size a bit. And we're going to just scooch it a little over. Yeah, I'm going to scooch it over a tiny bit. So we're going to do that. All right. There we go. I actually forgot to check out the chat box and make sure it was okay because I used the Smash Wii U layout and I was just adjusting things for this, and then I'm going to have to readjust for... Not Smash Wii U, sorry. The Switch Wii U PS4 layout. Not that I'll... I use Wii U. Not for Wii U games, but I use the Wii U. Alright, anyways. Let's begin. So... Should I go in order, or should I, like... Okay. I want to ask a question. How would you guys like me to do this? Would you guys like to see me just go in the order? Or do you want me to go by certain... Like, should I roll a... I don't know, how many is this? Like, 20-sided die? That doesn't exist. But I could have, like, a number generator picking a number, and then that chooses which one it is. Or I could just go in order. I don't know. I'm just like, make it fun. We can make it fun. Or I could just go in order. What do you think? What do you guys think? It sounds stupid, but it's not stupid. It's just me trying to have fun. Me trying to have fun with this. Do it however I want. That doesn't help me when I ask a question. Oh, you see, I ask people in the chat for how they would want to see it done to make it more interesting to them. And I get do however you want. How could? How could, Scourge? How could you do this to me? Don't do however you want to me. Just do the ones that come. Everything comes to me first. I have so much to talk about on everything here. Funny enough, a lot of this stuff that I watched, I didn't watch a whole lot because I was playing, like, P3 Reload for a while, and then once we kind of got close to, like... Once I kind of got in school, I wasn't really watching too much, and then I was also still kind of catching up on One Piece at the beginning of the year. And then... Yes, that's right. Just go in order, fuck you! Alright, fine, I'll go in order. Fuck you. But yeah, right. Yeah, no, I was watching, because I was catching up with One Piece in the beginning of the year. I remember that now. Or it was at the end of last year. It was one or the other. And then I started on P3 Reload, and I was playing that for so long, but I was, like, taking my time, and I was watching other stuff a little bit, but I wasn't really watching much of, like... I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I think I was playing, like... It's why I have story seasons here. Because I think I was playing that quite a bit, too, at the time. You know what game I'm talking about, Scourge. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? But yeah, so... And then, yeah, around May hit, I watched one anime. I think before that I did watch, like, this Konosuba stuff. A little, but... Oh, and Chainsaw, that's right. That stuff was early on, but then everything else was, like, May onward. So, yeah. Basically what I'm saying is there's, like, 3 things in here that I watched from before May. After that, everything else was, like, May onward. I think I started Bleach near the beginning of the year too, though, so that did take some time, but I did get through that pretty quickly. It wasn't as near the beginning though as Konosuba was. Konosuba was like right at the beginning of the year after I calmed down with P3. So, but anyways, yeah, enough blabbing. I'm sorry. We're gonna start. You said go in order. Nobody else has said anything. I don't know if everybody else here. Ramble, I know. I'm just explaining stuff. I like to explain. I'm probably gonna make a YouTube video out of this, so it's like my explanations are interesting to people. Now, sorry for to everyone, but let's begin. Let's talk about. Oh my god, this is hilarious because this is one of the most like. Oh my gosh, wait, is it the one I finished just recently? No, there's one other anime that I finished. Okay, so the last anime I finished was not this one, but it was the second last one where I was watching with my friends. Vinland Saga. So Vinland Saga, oh yeah, I should tier these. Oh god, how do I tier these? Doo-doo. Doo-doo dog shiz. Don't worry, nothing is going into doo-doo dog shiz. Not that it's important, it's just there. You gotta understand that the dog shiz still has to be there. The best. Oh my gosh, what do I even name this? My old-time faves? Yeah, because I guess they would be part of my all-time faves. Why? What the hell? My all-time faves, I could just call it all-time faves. It's like, oh! Why is he doing that? What the fuck? Why is it doing that? Oh my god. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but whatever. Really amazing. Very good? Because I guess I would technically count that as 8.5. And then we go... I'll just put good. I could just use the my anime list ones where I put masterpiece at the top, and then the second one is like great. But I'm going really amazing and all-time faves because I need to shut up. Why make a tier list? Nothing going in it. What? Listen. Listen, a lot's going in it. I'm just talking, trying to figure things out. I didn't think about the names till just now. Alright. Doo-doo dog shiz will probably not have anything. So, I'm actually going to change doo-doo dog shiz then. It's not going to have anything. It was here just as a joke, but I think what I'm going to do is completely change this one. So we're going to do... We're gonna change the color. Is what I'm gonna do, because I'd like to honestly make this one green anyways. I'm being particular. Shut up. I want to be particular. Wait. What? I wanted to... That's what I was trying to do. I'm like, hello, Marley? Are you good, bro? That's what I want to do. Okay, so we're gonna take away doo-doo dog shiz. And then we're going to put not finished. Because we will hit some that I have not finished. Like I said, I'm going to add them in later. So. Okay. That's good enough. So we got all-time phase, really amazing, very good, good. And then not finished. So nothing's bad here. I'm going to say that now. Nothing was bad. Nothing was bad. I enjoyed everything. There are some things I enjoyed a lot better. We'll get into it. So first, Vinland Saga. Okay, so Vinland Saga was interesting. Basically, for those who don't know, without giving spoilers, that's what I'm going to try to do for everything. I might talk a little bit about certain details and every single thing here, but I won't go too crazy. Vinland Saga was really, really good. The beginning got me so hooked and wanting more. We actually finally got back to it this year, the end of this year. And Vinland Saga was really, really good. It did slow down a bit a few episodes in. Sorry, voice crack. But then it picked up back around like a few more episodes. After a few more episodes, it picked up again, and then it really picked up after a couple more, and it kept going till the end. It was really, really good. It's basically about Vikings, Vikings in England. It's about Vinland. Hello, Vinland Saga. England, the kings. It's pretty much about like war, in a way, and about like lands being stolen and taking them back and other stuff, and just a whole bunch of stuff. And it might sound a little like obscure, but I'm trying to make it obscure for anybody who wants to watch, especially since I will probably upload this on YouTube, so I'm not gonna talk too much about it. But it was really good. There were a few characters who were very, very interesting, and the way they developed. The main character actually didn't get much development in the first season, but from what I hear afterwards, like after this first season, he's gonna get a lot of development. But there were a lot of other characters that got a lot of development in this show, and I mean, in the first 4 episodes, we got to meet a character who was insane. You heading out since you can't stay up this year? Oof. Sorry to hear that, Scourge, but thank you for coming by, and thanks. Didn't even get to see me put something in here. Wait, I can fix that! Is he? There we go, I fixed it. But yeah, so Vinland is... There were so many characters that were well developed, especially, like, throughout it, and it was more so also just about like war itself, but also the repercussions of war and everything else that comes with that. So it was interesting, and I mean, it's about Vikings, so you can kind of expect that as well. But it was very interesting to also see what they could do, and someone we met in the first few episodes kind of had us going, what the hell? What the hell is this guy made of? He's insane! Dude could probably smash a mountain just by bashing his head against it. I wouldn't be shocked. Like, this show was really, really amazing, though. However, I didn't put it in really amazing because it is the first season, and my thing with it is it's the first season. There wasn't too much there in terms of development and like story. It was more, it felt more like it was, build up for the rest of the story, which is usually what a first season is. So it kind of ends up at that like 8.5, somewhere around there for me, somewhere in between there. I don't think it's an exact 8 for me, but it's not an 8.5. It's like somewhere in the middle. So it gets the very good spot because of that. And I guess what I could do, let's do this. 10 out of 10. 9 to 9.9. I'll figure this out later. I'll figure this out later when I get more into it, I think. But but yeah, Vinland was, I could see it was a lot of build up for later, all this stuff to come. We didn't watch the second season, so that's not here. But the first season is definitely like an 8-ish for me because it's just it is very good, but there wasn't enough there for me for it to be higher. I think the second season will be completely different for me. I am more of a story-driven person. I need the good action too and everything, and it had that. So I could see the second season being so much better for me. I could see it going into really amazing, maybe even all faves, faves of all time, all faves. What the heck is wrong with me? But at least really amazing. I could see it going in there. But for this first season, it's a very, very good start. A lot of first seasons, I have been giving a lot of first seasons a lot more 8s as of recent. I found I've been watching just really good shows, because past first seasons I usually give like a 7. I'm usually not huge, or 7.5. I'm usually not huge on them, but for this, I can't. Yeah, this one is better than a lot of first seasons I've seen. So yeah, just very, very good. Okay, I should probably not try not to take too long to talk about all this, unfortunately, because I don't want to take too long. But yeah, let's move on. Gurren Lagann. Yes, this year I finally watched it. I've watched Kill la Kill. I did start Penny and Stocking, and I have to go back to that. I'm only like 2 episodes in, and I know they're doing a remake too, so I need to get back to Penny and Stocking because I also want to see the remake, but I want to watch the original first, and it's been pretty fun so far. But for Gurren is quite the story, because I'm already gonna bring it up here. Like it's already above Vinland for me, and I know this because I have a list on Topsters. As you can see, it's up there. I'm going to use it for the games because it's going to be just easier instead of grabbing images of games and then throwing them in this. So I'm going to use it for games. But Gurren is interesting because Gurren was so like weird at the start. It wasn't bad. It was interesting. I could see it going somewhere. I could see I liked the way the characters were. But the fighting and the mechs and stuff were weird. I'm not a huge mech person. I don't really like the whole mech fights and everything, like the mech animes. I'm not huge on that. But Gurren hit something else, especially once Nia came in. Don't know who that is. Don't look it up. Just watch the anime. Trust me, you don't want spoilers. It's very short too. It's like 27 episodes, but one episode's a complete filler because it's just recapping the first half of the series. So it's 26 episodes. But Gurren was super interesting. It's that first half was really slow, even when Nia showed up. But it did get better when she showed up, and I was like, okay, this is good. I might actually give this an 8 now, but it probably would still be 7.5. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. And I kept going, and something my brother mentioned was I think he said it was like a 7.5 or an 8 for him, I believe. And then he watched the second half. So there's a time skip. And in the second half, shit gets crazy. Everything comes full circle, makes so much sense, and things get insane. And it is why people hold this anime higher than Kill la Kill. Like, Kill la Kill, I feel like, had the stronger beginning. But this anime, once you watch the full thing, of Gurren, it has the stronger story and just everything overall over Kill la Kill. Because that second half changes everything. Everything also makes sense. And, oh my gosh, it went from a, 7.5 for me to a 9. And for him, it went from, 8 to a 9.5. So, it was it was wild. It was wild. It was amazing, though. I don't really want to explain Gurren, because it's it's a little harder to explain, but it's so good. I definitely recommend watching it. Honestly, I recommend watching almost everything here. most things here. Honestly, maybe even everything here, just to watch it. Everything here was very good, as I said at the beginning. Anyways, okay, we're already on to Frieren. So, I'm gonna come out and say it because this is very true. And my anime list. Let's go here for a second. Frieren. There we go. So Frieren, at the moment, is the #1 ranked anime. #1. It beat out Brotherhood when nothing else could, and they did for a bit, but then they fell below it. I won't really get into why, but yeah, Frieren almost has 1 million members, so 1 million people who watched it, and is still ranked #1 at 9.32. Brotherhood's at like 9.09 or 9.07. I think it's 9.09. Actually, I could just go top anime. Yeah, 9.10. Really? It went up? Because it was at 9.09. I don't know. But Frieren took that top spot. Just grabbed it. And I can understand why. And in my personal opinion, as much as it's not my favorite anime, it is one of my favorites. It's #6 for me, which probably tells you where it's going. It's going up there. It is so amazing. It is about life, and basically in this world, elves live for who knows how long, honestly, at this point. And our main character, Frieren, is trying to finally... Something hits her, and she regrets not doing something with someone she knew who was human, and she now... It's kind of an adventure of her learning the meaning of life, so it has a lot of like slice of life stuff, but it has romance, it has shonen action scenes, because they're mages and other stuff. It has like so much else. Frieren is the anime that everybody's kind of saying can kind of do anything and get away with it because it's able to, because it's written in such a way that it can. The writing is beautiful, by the way, and it is just such an amazing show. And this is only the first season, and it's like it's taking the top spot on my anime list, which things like other stuff just haven't. So I'm kind of like, what's gonna happen with the second season? Goodness. But Frieren has kind of become like the best anime of all time right now, and I understand why. It's a beautiful story. It hits you hard. It has amazing action scenes. It basically appeals to everyone. Slice of life, romance. It has so much, and the comedy's pretty good too. The cheeky comedy. It's so amazing. It is phenomenal, and in my opinion, it's now the best anime. Just period. But we'll probably get one that's better eventually. But I do personally think overall it's the best, even though it's not my personal favorite. It is one of my favorites, as I said, but it's very, very like high up. I just wanted to express that. Some people might not agree with me, but it's held this highly for a reason, and I would recommend anyone to watch it because it's just so relatable on so many different levels, while also being just very enjoyable and easy to understand. All right, next up, we got another one that I actually finished not too long ago, probably like a month ago or something. Solo Leveling. Ooh, I actually don't remember where I put Solo Leveling, to be honest. So hold on, let me see if I can figure that one out. I just want to figure that out. Because I'm like, it's not that I don't remember it, it's like I'm pretty sure I know where I'm putting it. Um, but it is more so the thing of like there is a level of get it solo leveling. Yeah, there was a level of like I think it kind of deserved the exact number it got. So it makes me think, oh wait, where does it go? But it gets an 8. I really enjoyed solo leveling. It was very good. It was very, very good. It did a excellent job at starting off. Essentially the main character is like the weakest character ever, in terms of like magic and stats and stuff. So everybody has like stats and rankings, and you can never improve your ranking, but you can, build up your body. You can still strengthen up. You can make yourself strong by just, physically. But you'll never be able to kind of like reach higher rankings even with that. But this had a neat twist with it. And there was something that my friend said, and it did feel like a bit of a self-insert anime. However, I've seen other self-insert animes, not really big on them, didn't really like them. I didn't like the way they handled it. This one, I actually loved the way they handled it. This is probably like the only one I've actually loved. And the reason being is because, yeah, I know, I gave another first season an 8. Oh my gosh. I think I'm doing that with everything, honestly. I don't even think there's like a 7 here. Actually, no, there is a 7 or 2. But back to this. But solo leveling was super interesting. It was just incredibly good in terms of the way it handled the main character and how he progressed, and like the problems he ran into. Well, at the beginning he kind of like seemed incredibly weak, then something happened which I won't spoil, and he did start to get stronger. He seemed like broken, but but then, he wasn't broken, and it was kind of like, man, it feels like they're taking a self-insert character and giving him this like the power to get crazy strong, that he's more broken than any character, while also being able to fail, screw up, die in like so many different scenarios, and he has to be extremely careful still. So it's super interesting. I don't really want to go into detail because it was very interesting the way they handled it, but like I was saying, just the way they handled it all together was a lot better than any other like self-insert thing. Self-insert anime, quotation marks, because I wouldn't call it a full-on self-insert anime. It's not. It is partially. I can see part of it, but it partially isn't. And it has to do with the growth of his character throughout the show and stuff you can kind of see coming down the line. That is not like a self-insert thing. So it's more so his growth, his development that you're going to see like for his actual character, not, his strength and stuff. So that part doesn't feel like that, but the situation of him being weak and then something kind of happening where things can change, they're not supposed to. You'll see when you watch it. Like I said, I don't want to go into much detail about it, but yeah. All right, here's another hot one. So people might complain at me for this, and you might be wondering why. Because this next one is called Too Many Losing Heroines, and I'm putting it above Vinland. Now, I know people love Vinland. Like I said, the first season was slow for me. I loved it, but it was slow. It had really slow moments, and I think the second season I'm going to absolutely love, and it's going to be like a 9 or 10 for me. So it's going to be up there and really amazing, or all-time faves. I keep reading it all faves time because of the way it's like angled here. Oh my gosh. But Too Many Losing Heroines was super, super interesting It was so much fun. It was a blast. There was one scene I was kind of like, yeah, I wish they didn't have that in there. It didn't really last that long, yay, but I was kind of like, yeah, I could have done without that. Like, that like one scene was weird, but it was only like for a couple minutes, or for a minute actually, something like that, and it didn't really last too long, as I said, and it was just on like episode like 4 or something. Like it was just for like an episode 3. It was like for a minute or something, for that long, or for an early episode. I keep saying for that long when I mean to say for an early episode, and then no problems like that again. And I'm like, I'm glad they didn't do that again. It was weird, especially with what they're trying to do with the show. So the thing with the show is, it's a bunch of girls who kind of lose. They get their hearts broken, and now the main guy is kind of trying to help them out. And the main girl of this show has gotta be like one of the best slice of life characters in my personal opinion. Like, not for me, not of like all time, because I know there's other characters that I would say, oh, these characters are better, but she has been one of my favorite slice of life characters now, because holy crap, she's a bundle of joy, so much fun, her quirkiness is insane. I was like, how can you be this quirky? What are you? But I love it. It's amazing. But also, she's just very, you kind of just feel bad for her. You basically want to root for her, and that's kind of the whole thing. All the girls who get rejected, who get their heart broken, even by accident, all that stuff. You kind of root for them, and that was one of the big things about this. I ran into a video that talked about this anime, Free-Ren Apothecary Diaries, or no, sorry, not this anime. This anime was different. My bad. The one I'm thinking of is Bochi, and Skip the Lover. Not this one. Right. But yeah, it was super, super good. I absolutely loved it. It was a fun slice of life, and I was honestly very sad when I finished it. I honestly gave it an 8.5. I didn't give it like an 8. I gave it an 8.5. Reason being, I just, like I said, it was so much fun. It was so much fun, but it was also great to see the like heartfelt moments, to want to cheer for the girls. And I mean, the main one is just, you don't know until you watch it how amazing she is. How amazing this main character is. She is so good. So good. Such an amazing, well-made character. Like, my goodness. But yeah. Alright. Let's move on. I know I'm blabbing too much. Let's talk about Look Back. Okay, so this one's not an anime, but it is a movie. I'm throwing it up there. Like, damn. I don't really want to go too much into detail with it. But Look Back is basically a movie about manga and drawing and stuff. But any kind of artist, whatever art you make, whatever you create, anybody who creates things will probably enjoy this movie. And it's very, very touching. It had me basically about to cry, and I'm very good at not crying on like first watches. After a first watch, yeah, that's way too hard for me not to. But yeah, it was so amazing. It was really, really amazing. It was an incredible movie. It was a short film movie, so it was like a little shorter. It was a short film. Sorry, it wasn't a movie. It was a short film. My bad. So it was like an hour and 15 minutes. 115 minutes. An hour and 15 minutes. And it was just incredible. I don't want to talk about it too much, especially because I honestly might tear up if I do. And like choke up. I can already like hear it a little bit. but just to say, it's about it is about writing, drawing manga and writing manga, because that was the main thing. It's made by the same people who did Chainsaw Man, which is another anime we will get to because it's on this list. And the writing and the way the person, I forgot his name, but the way he writes his scripts for this stuff, for this and Chainsaw, are just incredible. His writing is so phenomenal. And this short film proves it. There really is only one other thing that's going to beat this short film. That's how amazing this was. It's like, oh my goodness. Anywho, next up we got, okay. Oh, I need to figure this one out, but I think I know where this is going. I think this is going here. But Apothecary Diaries, a little mystery series set in a feudal... feudal? That's not the word I want. But a China, like, dynasty era, basically. And it's more so about, like, she's a assistant to a concubine to the emperor, and she kind of helps solve things and problems because she's also a big she's also a big poison addict, so she's a taste tester. She loves poison. Yeah, she's funny. She's very funny. Very, very funny. She's like, I was talking about the main girl from Too Many Losing Heroines. Her name is Anna. Anna? Yeah. That's how you say it in the sub. I watched it sub. But Momo, or not Momo, sorry, Mao Mao. My bad. I'm thinking of a different show here. There's another show here that I'm like, god damn it. God damn it. But Mao Mao, also amazing, just like her. I think I like Anna a little better, but not by much. They're both amazing and incredibly quirky, and she is so much fun to follow. You just want to root for her, and she's also just incredibly smart. Now it might not sound too appealing, but the whole like China dynasty is super interesting with how they handle things. It can be very funny as well, especially because of Mao Mao. Mao Mao is the reason the show is funny. And it also, she also has a lot of development, and so does some other characters. They have some decent development too, and I could tell that I wasn't, so I gave it like an 8.5, but the thing is I'm probably going to give the season 2 a much higher rating. Like, it's probably going to be 9 or something like that. The reason being is I can see the build up to the next season, and it's going to be more interesting, better. I will say I did like, it did slow down for me at one point for this first season. Like, the first half of the show was probably my favorite part, and then the ending was really, really, really amazing too. But I think that like piece in between was kind of slow for me, because she got like, I don't want to spoil it, but she was in a different location, and it wasn't as appealing to me, because the dynamic from the first half of the season was more appealing. But then it got better once, the ending swung around. So it kind of has a similar thing with Vinland, but it had a much stronger start, basically. And I just enjoyed the main character more, and something you will find with me with these shows, when I really, really, really love a main character, usually they're higher than other shows because of that. So, there is also that. Anywho, let's move on to the next one. What do we got next? We got Konosuba. Yes, Konosuba Season 3. This came out... Okay, this is a little backwards, because there's the Megumin one the explosion on this beautiful world right after it, but I'll talk about it in order because that's what I was doing anyways. So Konosuba Season 3, I really liked both Season 1 and Season 2 of Konosuba. I did like Season 2 better. It was more enjoyable. However, both had its, like, slow moments that, while it still was funny and enjoyable, it wasn't as, like... It wasn't as funny as I wanted it to be, if that makes any sense. I hope that makes sense. And then Konosuba Season 3 swung around. And I give it a 9. Because, my goodness, that third season was a banger of a laugh throughout the entire thing. I was dying through every episode. In a good way. Laughter, you know? Not actually dying. But I was laughing like crazy through every single episode. It was amazing. It did an excellent job of keeping up the Konosuba comedy that, well, Konosuba established, but making it better and not solely focused on, you know, someone's, like, specific traits. Now, they used I don't know how to put this, but they used their specific quirky trait really well in tandem with what was going on, which made it, like, even better. I'm gonna put it that way because I don't know how else to explain it, and I might have explained it wrong, so I apologize, but that's the way I'm gonna say it because I'm not sure how else to say it. It was like just all the scenarios made everybody's weird, quirky traits even funnier, and then there were even some that kind of, like, surprised me. I didn't expect them, and I mean the ending speaks for itself. With the way not expecting it. Okay, I kind of wasn't expecting it, but it also made sense. But more so, it just being interesting in the sense of that like scenario with things with what's happening right now, making that person's quirky trait even funnier to a higher degree, to a higher level. That's what I mean. The ending of Konosuba is a perfect way. Konosuba Season 3 is a perfect way to describe that. Another one is during the castle scene as well. But that was a moment I just... Oh my god, that was ridiculous, but I loved it. And I more so mean the nighttime scene with them in the thieves' clothes. Not other stuff, because there's a bunch of stuff you could take from that. But the original, when they first get to the castle, it was pretty good too. That was pretty funny too. There's just so much that, like, they try to milk out of every scenario with the comedy. And they try to use that scenario to their advantage even more than they did in the last couple seasons, and it definitely paid off. Me and my brother both agreed this season was the best one by far. They did a phenomenal job with the comedy. I loved it so much. Like, as I said, I really, really like Konosuba. The first couple seasons were pretty good, but I would have never been like, I absolutely love this show. And now I'm like, oh my gosh. Do this a few more times and I will. Do this a few more times, it might go to all-time faves. Like, it was really, really good. Depending on what they do in the next season, it might... It could. Like, goodness. But of course, it uses jokes of all kinds, so be ready for anything. Because they go over the top with what they do as well. So, if that's too much for you, don't watch it, but it's super funny. I love it. Alright, so the Megumin one, Explosion on This Beautiful World. So, I just talked about Season 3 and it sucks, because personally, this one was my least favorite of, like, the entire series. Megumin is the favorite character, which is why she has this spin-off. But my problem with this is it wasn't as interesting without the rest of them and their dynamic for me. Because even though Megumin's like personality was the most interesting of them all, it was still very funny, but it didn't hit the level that any of the like, you know, original seasons hit, because it didn't hit that same spot. The dynamic of the team wasn't there. It was just Megumin, and it was great to see it, but their whole dynamic is what makes it so funny, which is partially why they did the whole dynamic so well in season 3 as well. And that's why I loved it so much. So unfortunately, I was talking about some getting 7s, and unfortunately, the Megumin spinoff is one of them. It's still really, really good. It's still super enjoyable, but it definitely is weaker than the rest of the series, because it's just, at least for me, because it's just, Megumin is the favorite character, but now inside of her element with the other Crimson Demons, they're also interesting, they're also crazy, it is cool, but, and that is a lot of fun, but it just doesn't hit that same feel, you know? It doesn't hit that same perfect spot. So, okay. This is another movie we got. It's called Your Name. I actually did watch it recently, like this month, in December. And it was very, very good. It was super good. I really liked it. I will probably leave it below Konosuba, I think. I think that's the appropriate thing. But Your Name was very, very, very good. Actually, do I want to leave it? Or do I want to put it here? Actually, I need to think about this. I'm not sure where I want to put this exactly. I'd probably put it... If I put it here, it's above Apothecary right now. I gotta see what I ranked it. Hold on. I need to figure this out again. I need to figure it out. Maybe I should keep my anime list open just to have that. That probably would be smart. Now there's some I honestly thought I knew. Okay, I did. Okay, that's what I thought. Because I'm like thinking to myself, like, now I'm not trying to, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to base it off what I ranked it. Well, I am, but I'm also trying to figure out, okay, what did I gauge this as? Because when I'm looking at this whole list, I will sit here for days, like for a couple hours every day, trying to figure this out, and then I'll finally reach a point of being happy. That's why it's a little easier to just stick with what I ranked it, because I do know what I felt about it. It will still be below Konosuba, but yeah, no, it did deserve a 9. I am thinking more on the actual movie. I don't know if it's a short film. I don't think so. I think it was a full-on movie in terms of length, because I think it was like an hour, 45 minutes or something. But it's super good. Basically, to put the story into perspective without any kind of spoilers, it's about a comet, and it's about two characters who one lives in Tokyo, one lives in the country. She wants to move to the country, and the guy who's in Tokyo kind of just kind of a bit lazy, but they end up meeting somehow, which is what I won't tell you, but they end up meeting somehow, and they kind of end up helping each other out and trying to help each other get through their lives. And then yeah, I can't really say any more without spoilers, but it was such a beautiful, touching story, and it was wild too. I sat there and there were a couple moments where I went, oh shit, what the fuck is happening? I was so confused at some of it. Because I was like, wait a minute, oh my, are you serious? Is this what's, Holy crap! Like, it was, like, crazy. But it was an amazing movie. Would highly recommend. Like, it is so good. Alright, back to movies. Haikyuu. We got the Haikyuu movie. So, I love Haikyuu. Haikyuu is right now currently my third favorite series of anime. I only have two that are higher than Haikyuu. However, Haikyuu has a problem. This movie, in particular, it does a very good job at feeling like sports, but without getting into any detail about it, it's a volleyball anime. It's amazing though. It's like Haikyuu, Blue Lock. Those are kind of like the most, and Diamond of Ace. Those are like the three most like. Those are the three kind of like new-ish, because Haikyuu is a little older, but it's still ongoing in terms of like anime. We got one more movie left, and then it's done, which I hope is a long movie, please. But those are like kind of like the big three that I hear people talking about the most. The big three of like sports right now. Because they are very, very good. And there's other sports animes that are very, very good too. Don't get me wrong, but those are just the ones that I kind of like constantly hear about. Now, Blue Lock and Diamond of Ace are still ongoing, and so is Haikyuu, but Haikyuu's only the anime. So that does say something, but from what I understand, like Blue Lock and Haikyuu are kind of like the same level of quality. But I think Diamond of Ace is supposed to be like that same thing. I don't know about other ones. I think I've heard of other ones that are kind of on that kind of level, that are on that level, and I just don't remember them at the moment. So that makes it a little harder for me. But that's okay. Anyways, this movie was really amazing. I loved it. I gave it a 8.5. It was phenomenal. I loved the way like the story developed. Story being the story within the match, and then the match itself as well, because there's a lot of history there for those who haven't seen Haikyuu yet. You do need to watch Haikyuu, and then when you get here, you'll understand when you watch the Haikyuu movie. I'm not even going to say what the name is, because yeah, I don't want to. But it's very, very, very good. The issue I had with it is a issue of it being turned into a movie, and not the problem of it's a movie and it's like it should have been made into a season, but the problem of it lost more than it should have because it was turned into a movie that was only like an hour and 25 minutes. If it had like 20 extra minutes, I probably would have given it a 9, maybe 9.5, maybe even 10. Like, I would have given it like 9 to 10, somewhere around there. The problem was it was too short. There were characters who have like been built up to kind of go against each other throughout the experience, and they didn't focus on it. They focused more on the main two that mattered in this showdown, in this game between the two teams. But the problem was with taking away the other stuff, it kind of felt like, you know, we were missing things that we were promised in a way. And it is an anime-only problem, because the manga had all that stuff. The problem was the anime, because it was cut shorter, they had to cut pieces out. So there were certain characters that kind of didn't really feel like they were there, or they didn't really get their moments with their rival from the opposite team, or just they just didn't get much. Like, there was a couple characters I was kind of like, they got nothing. And then there was another one I was like, cool, they got to say a few words to each other. Okay, that's all they're getting? Like, what? So that was a bit frustrating. The movie was amazing itself. Like, as a standalone movie, it did an exceptional job. But the problem is, because, you know, it's an anime, you want the history and everything, and it makes it even better knowing the rivalry. It also makes it a little more frustrating seeing this movie be too short, needing a little more time, because it needed just a bit more time to get through that, to get all the stuff it needed. So unfortunately, it got an 8.5 from me for that reason. I really wish it was done better, and the next movie is going to have to cover a whole lot, so it needs to be like a big movie. And I hope it is. I hope it's like a 3-hour movie. I'm concerned, so I really, really hope we're okay, though. I really do. Yeah. We'll have to see, though. We'll have to see. Anywho, next up, Dadan. So, I was talking about how Vinland was the, like, second last anime I finished. Dadan is the last anime I finished. And I'm going to just... Ooh, where do I want to put this? Oh my gosh, I don't know where I want to put this. It was really, really good. Alright, I'm going to say it now. I gave it like an 8.5. I think I'm going to put it here. Yeah, I'm going to put it here. I think for now it's right below the Haikyuu movie. So I did put it above Apothecary Diaries. Dadan was really amazing. It was interesting. It was weird. It was quirky. It was strange. It was creepy. I was like, what is this? What am I watching? Like, the stuff that's happening, it's like things are made up. These are all made up shows. Animes are made up shows. We know that. People make them up and make up stories. Dadan actually felt like, not that they were not making up stuff as they went along, obviously. Like, there was clearly something to everything that's been going on. But it also felt like some of the stuff was so random and simple that it felt like that, but it also made sense. And it's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. How does this make sense? But it was amazing. It was so strange and freaky, but I loved it. And I don't usually love shows like this, but it did such a good job. And I will say, like, I said it before with main characters, but the main girl's probably my favorite character right now. Like, she's amazing. And her name is Momo. That is the character I got confused by. So Momo and Mao Mao, their animes are beside each other. But yeah, it was really strange. Basically, to put it lightly, it's about aliens and ghosts. Without explaining too much, because I don't really want to explain too much about an anime like this and the way it was. But it was so funny. It was so weird. It was so funny. But it was so good. And I'm like, man, this is awesome. I love this. So, yeah. Alright, next up, we got Dungeon Meshi. Yeah, it's going above Dadan. Dungeon Meshi, holy crap, by the way. I gave it Dungeon Meshi an 8.5. So yeah, we got like 4 8.5s back to back. Well, actually, I don't know if Too Many Losing Heroines is 8.5. I might have said 8.5, but I did mean it was like an 8-ish. It's probably like an 8.2, 8.3, something. Like, it's not on the level of Apothecary and Dadan and Dungeon Meshi. But Dungeon Meshi is a little higher than Dadan and Apothecary. I just kind of gave them all 8.5. But I think they're about the same, honestly. They probably are. But anyways, regardless, Dungeon Meshi. Okay, this one's an interesting story. My friend was telling me about it, and they were telling me about how amazing it is. And how so many people love it, and it's such a phenomenal show. Writing, story, the weird way things work. It's basically about this dungeon that people are trying to conquer, and is incredibly hard to conquer. Because of like floors and everything, and the farther you go down, the harder it gets, and the crazier monsters get. But you need food supplies and all this, and the only way to get all that is to go back to the surface. So, how do you avoid doing that while exploring the dungeon and trying, to get to the bottom every time? Because you can't just run out of... If you run out of food, you gotta go back. You make food out of the monsters. And it's crazy. It's crazy, it's goofy, it's funny, it's silly. I honestly watched the first 2 episodes and I didn't really enjoy it too much. I put it down for a while. I got to episode 3 and then I binged it from there on. Literally the first 2 episodes were just like so for me. Wasn't really interesting. And then the third one got more interesting. And then it just kept getting more and more interesting. And then once I got to like episode 10, I was like, okay, we're all in. Okay, we're all in. Phenomenal show. Phenomenal. Like, it is amazing. The writing is great. The story is phenomenal. Martial is the best character. She's the best. Just saying. She's not the main character, but she's part of the main group. So, close enough. But the main group is honestly really amazing, too. They're all really, really good characters. So, very, very good show. Very excellent. Okay, we got another one here. Mr. Chainsaw Man. We're gonna put you right there. Yeah. So, I was... like, all these are lumped together. So, Chainsaw Man... might have an 8. Oh, wait, no. Wait, did I just put... Oh, my bad. I put Chainsaw Man at the wrong one. Well... Yeah, no. My bad. I realized where I put Chainsaw Man and I kind of wait, something's wrong. Let me think about this again. I don't think I put this into the right spot. No. Chainsaw Man's up here. My bad. I have never given a first season, that this isn't just a one and done season, a 9. Actually, that is not true. I think there was one other one I did that with. I don't remember which one, though. Because I think I did come across one other, but I might have been wrong. It might only be Chainsaw Man. But my goodness. Chainsaw Man. I was talking about Look Back. Look Back, the person who did that, is the same person who made Chainsaw Man. So there's a lot of, like, Chainsaw Man references in Look Back and other stuff. But Chainsaw Man is interesting. It's an interesting way. I can't explain anything, but because of spoilers, because even the first episode has spoilers. So Chainsaw Man is an interesting way to take a simple concept, run with it, make it amazing, while also making it very relatable and very touching. Because this show is about the main catch of Chainsaw Man is about the characters in it and the way they try to get through their everyday lives, the way they try to just, live through whatever's going on in their lives in the world, while also having, that shonen-esque type of stuff, like fight scenes and other stuff, because, the title is called Chainsaw Man. So it's a simple concept of powers and things like that, but done so well and so interesting that it kind of engages you. But then what engages you more is the characters, even more than the actual, like, way things work. Because the characters are not just, like, one-dimensional. They're very dimensional. I don't even know what to say. They're just very dimensional. Extremely dimensional. Yeah, it was so good. It is so good. Oh, I love this show. It's in my top 10. As you could tell, then that tells you Freerun's in my top 10. But I already said that. I already said Freerun was top 6. So, but Chainsaw Man is like, I think 8 for me right now. 8 or 9? No, 8. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 8. But yeah, all right. Next up, we got another one I watched like last month or something. I think it was last month. Buddy Daddies. This was a really fun one. I honestly enjoyed this thoroughly. I will say, I think I'll put it there. And I'm kind of in between about where I want to put it. It either goes in front of Vinland, or sorry, not Vinland. It's either Solo Leveling is below it, or it's below Solo Leveling. I think it's below Solo Leveling, and the reason being is because it's more of a simple one-off show. It has 12 episodes, and that's it. It's done. I was looking at it. It didn't even have a manga or anything. It was just a simple one season of a show. It was very fun though. I gave it an 8, a solid 8. And it was very, very, very good. I will say, so it's similar to Spy X Family. How these two guys aren't married. They're just partners, but they're spies, basically. Well, sorry, no, they're not spies. They're assassins. So, yeah, but they end up running into some trouble, and then they have to adopt this little girl you can see, and she is amazing. I love her. She is so bubbly and crazy, and so I was talking about Spy X Family, and I love Anya for her crazy wildness, but I've always, even though I love Anya for her crazy wildness, I do like Yor and Lloyd more as characters, a lot more. So the flip side of that is I like the little kid in this show much better than Anya. The dads are really interesting too, but they're not as good as Yor and Lloyd for me. So it's kind of a mix of that, of Spy X Family has the better parents for me, but this show had the better kid. Not to say that the parents here are bad, and then not to say that the Anya's bad. They're not. They're all very good. It's just I prefer I just prefer this. In terms of not the show, I still like Spy X Family more than the show. But I prefer the kid in this more just because of, you'd have to watch it to understand, but she's kind of like what I explained about the girl from Too Many Losing Heroines. She's crazy, she's bubbly, but just imagine it as a kid. She's crazy, bubbly, quirky, and you just want to protect her. You just want to love her and protect her and hug her and just be like, I will protect you, child! Papa Ren! Wait, Papa Ren? Papa Ren will... we'll take care of you. Wait, what? I'm playing video games. The dynamic's kind of silly, too. Sup, I don't know, animator. Here to 5. No problem, Boomer. How's it going? But yeah. It's fun. It's fun. Okay. I need water. Favorite anime is Corey in the house. God damn it. I'm gonna need water, so I'm gonna be right back really quick. It is 11, so yeah, I've been talking too much. I knew it. I knew I was gonna do this. God damn it, me. It's okay. It's okay. Anyways, be right back. I need water. But yeah, I think everybody's favorite anime is Corey in the house, right, Boomer? God damn it, Marley. Alright, anyways. Let's talk about the next one. So next up, we got the one that I really need to talk about. So, okay. I actually don't know where I'm putting this. It is here somewhere. My Hero Academia Season 7. It is in this place somewhere. It is not going above Vinland. I'm saying that now. It will not be going above Vinland. It is somewhere here. I'm not exactly sure where, but I want to say it might be at the bottom. It might be above Buddy Daddies. I don't think it's above Solo Leveling. I think solo leveling still beats it out. I think it could be like this, but I think this is probably the right reason, and I have some things to talk about with this one, and they're not good. So, people won't like me talking about those, probably, but I'm gonna talk about it anyways. It's a conversation I've had with my brother, it's a conversation I've had with some friends. My Hero's good, but it definitely, there are some stuff it falls short on. Point being that there are there are a lot of things that are very forced and have been very forced in this show because the creator has been, well, trying to end it. And I mean, he did finish it. I am not huge on it. My biggest gripe with anime, with movies, with whatever, my biggest gripe is forcing things in games, in anime, whatever you want to talk about. Forcing things is my biggest gripe. Like, the thing I do not enjoy, because there's no satisfaction. There's satisfaction. Oh my god, I did that to myself. There's no satisfaction there of like, wow, this person did this. I can't believe it. That's crazy. There's no satisfaction of their hard work paying off, and you feel good about it because you know you've developed like a relationship with the show because you love it so much. Like, this show has had problems with forcing things in the last couple seasons, and that's the problem I have with shows, movies, games in general. I do not like that stuff because it is the least enjoyable thing for me personally. Yes, more than fan service. I'm not saying fan service is a high thing for me, it's low, but my thing is I get nothing out of things being forced because it is nothing. You just automatically make things happen and change the rules. And this show does that a few times. And I don't like it. So the show has kind of declined. And even this season had stuff. One of them being probably my favorite character in the show, with Uraraka, where they forced her to kind of focus on love with Toga, and even though it might have not revolved around Deku, it did, but she hasn't been focusing on her own goals that she talked about way at the beginning of the show. And then there's a bunch of other stuff too, like the stuff with Shigaraki and All For One kind of merging is pretty dumb, because it's basically killing, you know, the best villain in the show, because he's an amazing villain. I love Shigaraki as a villain. He's so good. But it is kind of killing him that they're trying to do that, and then just all this other stuff. There are some really good things in this one, though. Some of the fights were exceptional. Their strategy to do things was really amazing, to, like, you know, separate the villains and kind of deal with them. And the fight with All For One was crazy, with, like, all the heroes and everything. It was insane. Toga's whole thing... Toga is one of my favorite characters in the show, too. And Toga's whole thing with what's it called? Toga's whole thing with Uraraka took away a bit from her character in a way, but it was also kind of sweet for her personally. Like, it was better for her than Uraraka as a character, especially the whole, like, final scene. because she's just she just wants someone to accept her the way she is, you know. She wants, like, people keep telling her there's things wrong with her. She just wants people to accept her. And now Uraraka's finally like, yes, I accept you. You have such a pretty smile. Like, let's talk about, you know, love and stuff. And it was just so sweet. The Dobby stuff too was great. The Dobby stuff was easily my favorite part of the whole thing. The Dobby stuff was phenomenal. I honestly thought I was gonna start crying at like the end of it. That was amazing. So there is a lot of good stuff in this season. I am more so complaining about the last season because that is the one that had the most forced stuff. And that's the one I have the biggest problems with, as cool as some stuff was. But the show is kind of continuing that like forced thing with even the thing with Bakugo. I won't get into that for anybody who hasn't watched it, but the thing with Bakugo, it was beautiful the way they did it, and it's like, well, don't do that. Like, no, please don't do that. Don't make that happen. Please don't make that happen. Don't make it work. Please. No. Like, I know, but please, no. Like, it's such a beautiful way. It was so beautiful. Don't. You kind of just take that whole thing away from him then. No. But it was very good, though. This was definitely my favorite. Okay, I'm going to put this into a way that'll make sense for people who understand this more. Not understand this more. So who understand this well, what I'm explaining. This was probably my favorite season after season 4. Because after season 4, it did start to kind of decline quite a bit. But this has been the best one by far. Like, as much as I'm saying it has its problems, which it heavily does, which it does heavily. I don't know why I said heavily. God damn it. I flipped that backwards. It has really, really amazing stuff in this season. So I am very happy with the way this season turned out. I am actually looking forward to the last one, the final one, next year. Because, yeah, which is good. I'm still not huge on this anime anymore because of that falling off. But the anime is still very enjoyable. Especially, like, this season in particular was very, very enjoyable and very fun. I enjoyed it quite thoroughly still. But, as I said, it does have its issues. And honestly, thinking about it, I will move it above Buddy Daddies. I did enjoy it that much. Solo leveling, I'll still keep above it, though. But I didn't enjoy it that much. Alright, next up we got Bocchi the Rock. Okay, so I enjoyed Bocchi the Rock a lot. Bocchi the Rock's basically about, like, a crazy introvert who loves music and loves to play. And now she's given the opportunity to play somewhere with a band. But she's such a crazy introvert that, ooh, that's hard. Ooh, that's hard. And it's pretty much about her kind of trying to come out of her shell. It's a lot about, like, the other characters, too. We get to learn what they're like and everything. And yeah, it's a short first season, so I kind of only gave it an 8. I honestly even put it below Buddy Daddies because I did really like Buddy Daddies, but I really liked Bocchi the Rock too. These two are basically hand in hand. I could flip these either way and not complain. The thing is, with Bocchi the Rock, the reason I'm putting it a little lower is because I think I just enjoyed Buddy Daddies first season more because I kind of did binge it harder than Bocchi. That's kind of what I'm determining off of this. And with Bocchi, I need the next season for it to, ramp up higher. For it to go higher for me. But it was very, very good and a great story. And I mean, I might not be an introvert. I'm an extrovert. But I'm a very shy and extrovert, so it's very relatable for me still because of my shyness, which is a awful combo. I've said to my friends, that's a fantastic combo, but I've broken out of it a lot, as people can tell. So took a long time. Anywho, next up we got Bleach, Thousand Year Blood War, Part 2. Gonna slap that up there. Alright, so Thousand Year Blood War Part 2. This is weird. We're going backwards. But I'll just talk about Bleach in general, and I'm going to put all of these in their places. No. Okay, there we go. So I put all three Bleaches in their places. I put Bleach above the Thousand Year Blood War Part 2. I enjoyed the original series more than I enjoyed the second core, is what it's called, of Thousand Year Blood War. However, Thousand Year Blood War as a whole is going to be my favorite overall, over like the original series, as you could tell from the first core that's up there. I was talking to my brother, and we were talking about how usually the first core, second core of each arc, I was saying I find that's kind of where it's slow, and then it ramps up and keeps ramping up, and then it kind of slows down a tiny bit, and then hits you with something big. So it kind of like, I expect the other two cores to hit a 10 for me, like the all-time faves. Oh my god, I almost did all faves time again. So I expect it to go there again. But we don't know. I expect the finale to be there. I don't know about the next core. Probably will be. I don't know what spot exactly, but I expect the finale to even be like the core 1. But the core 1 is so good. I don't know, man. It might be right below it. Like, anyways, let's talk about this in like the pieces. So first, the original Bleach. I finally got to it this year. Amazing show. I skipped the filler, but I didn't miss any important stuff, because the filler's a little strange with this show. It has moments where it's going to have a couple episodes of filler in the middle of an arc, and then the arc will continue. Or like a bunch of episodes in the middle of an arc, and then the arc will continue. And then somewhere at the end, after like, in between arcs. So that's fine. I skipped all the filler. The good thing is there are a lot of websites now that show you what episodes are filler by like highlighting it a different color. So usually it's like yellow, right as of right now, this recording. It's like highlighted yellow, the episode number, and then the rest is like just not highlighted anything. So you can kind of skip the filler that way, not miss anything important, because you'll watch everything that is important. And that's how I was able to do it. There's also things you can look up online that'll tell you the filler too, because people will have like documents and other stuff that they can just say like, oh, here's the filler and all this. So that. But the original Bleach, yeah, I watched it for the first time. Started off kind of slow. I was enjoying it quite a bit. It jumped into my top 10 and took the 6th spot once I got through it a certain amount through it. I think it was like the Arrancar arc, or it might have been after Soul Society. I can't remember exactly. It might have been after Soul Society. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think it was like somewhere in between. Like once the Arrancar stuff started, and it was like after Soul Society, I was kind of like, okay, yeah, nah, this is going into like, this is my number 6. Like this is really good. After Soul Society and the way this arc is starting out, this is really, really good. So it kind of just kept going, kept getting better. It was really amazing. I mean, I love swords. Swords are amazing, and this whole show is revolved around like characters with swords. So everybody pretty much has a sword. Almost everybody, but most of the characters who, are fighters, have a sword. The squads and the squad captains and vice captains and everything, awesome, like dynamic. I love the dynamics between them and how different squads are like completely different. They all have their own morals, other stuff. their own ways of thinking, their own perspective. Love all that. Love the Arankars. They're amazing too. Aside from one I don't really care for, but I mean, I think that's the same one everybody doesn't care for, Mr. Pink-haired man with glasses. You can never kill me. Dies. The main villain, who I won't get into because I don't want to, talk about spoilers for the original series. Amazing. The only weakness of this show is the beginning, and the beginning's the weak part of the show. Like any other shonen, it starts off slow, but there's things that they have to build that are important, and then after it's done that, it's like boom. The other thing was the last arc is a lot of people's least favorite. Personally, I still like it better than the first arc, which was the beginning portion, the first 17 episodes ish, or not 17, sorry, first 15 episodes. I think the arc still continues for a few episodes after, and that is the best part of the first arc. But I don't really care about the first 15. I'd always skip them from now on if I ever rewatch it. I just don't care about the beginnings. I do that with One Piece. I do that with a bunch of others. I'm gonna do that with Naruto. Those first 10 episodes were brutal, man. Even watching it the first time, my goodness. Naruto's fuck. I mean, Scourge were talking about it, but yeah. And then Fullbring is the arc I'm talking about. But I found Fullbring's ending and beginning were very enjoyable. It's just the middle portion was super slow, super kind of just dragged on. Wasn't really interesting, but then the ending was really, really cool. Had an insane twist, was awesome. And then the beginning was very good too, because it made you wonder what the hell was going on. Because you were so confused. I was so confused. So, Bleach, amazing anime, phenomenal, and I definitely recommend watching it. I think it's more friendly to... I feel like it's easier to watch than some of the other shonens, because it has much more. It can be a lot more interesting for more people, I feel like, and that's partially due to the fact that it is a solid anime through and through, other than its arcs, not talking about those two arcs I was talking about, are solid through and through. They all have their slow moments to build things up, but then it hits you after that stuff's built, and that's fine. So yeah, it's very, very good, and I think it's very anime friendly that way, in the sense of it's just very solid through and through for the most part. And then Thousand Year Blood War Core 1 and Core 2 are very amazing. Thousand Year Blood War is pretty much the best arc in the entire series. As you can see, as I mentioned, I put Core 1 at the top spot, and yeah, Bleach is my second favorite anime. Now, thanks to Thousand Year Blood War, it bumped it from So what happened was, after Soul Society, I bumped it to number 6. After Arankar and the White Invasion, I think it's called. Pretty sure that's what my brother said it was called. I bumped it up to 5, and it moved above Frieren, because it's as much as I loved Frieren, I liked Bleach more. But it was it wasn't bumping up. It wasn't going above Love is War, Haikyuu, Re:Zero, and then it did once I watched Thousand Year Blood War Core 1. Because everything came full circle in this arc. This arc made me actually debate if it was going to beat One Piece. Now, after 6 months of saying that, or not 6 months, after several months of saying that, because it was back in the summer that we watched this, or June, but June is technically the summer. So it was a few months ago. Yeah, it's close enough to 6 months. It's 4 months away, something like that. But after that many months, I'm okay, I think it is staying at number 2. I don't think it's going to be One Piece. I don't know, I still need to watch the next 2 arcs, but I don't think it's going to be One Piece. There's too much about One Piece that I enjoy, even with its bad parts. And that's truly what is a good... That's truly what perfection is for me. personally. Even with its bad parts, I love it to no end. But that's kind of the way I was feeling about Bleach, and I still do feel that way about Bleach. There's 6 animes I feel that way about. But and some are still ongoing, so I don't know I don't know how it's gonna hit me later down the line, especially ReZero. Because that one is really still ongoing. But Core 1, yeah, made me consider that. Now, Core 2 was very, very good as well. As you see, I put it below, like, the original Bleach. I enjoyed Core 2, but like I said, there was a part in every arc of Bleach that was a little slower. This one wasn't necessarily slower, but it was more fight-focused. Like, the entire thing was about, well, the fights, pretty much. The entire thing kind of revolved around fights. There wasn't really, like, story progression and other stuff. The first core had fights, story progression, world building, all of this stuff. And, like, great twists. But the second core was more... It had some twists. It had a bit of story, but it was mainly about, like, the fights that kind of happened. Now, remember that all 4 cores of Thousand Year Blood War are, you know, all one arc. So there are going to be weaker parts, but this was kind of like the weakest for me. And like I mentioned before, 3 and 4 are definitely going to be higher than this. Like, I expect 3 and 4 to kind of be above the original Bleach here. It's just, I prefer, as you can tell from this list, I do prefer story over anything else. But if it's story and fights, like Core 1, it's perfect for me. Anyways, next up, we got Berserk. Finally got to Berserk. Finally watched the movies. I probably will read the manga eventually, or maybe wait till the remake of, like, the Berserk series comes out. But I finally watched the movies. I don't remember too much about them, so there's not much I could say. But I will say that I enjoyed the second movie more than the first movie. This first movie was okay. I enjoyed it. It was interesting. I could see they were, like, you know, building towards something. It's like the first... It was kind of like the, you know, the first season. And I mean, these movies are all prequels to the actual show. Because this stuff, from what I understand, happens in, like, after, like, a couple volumes or something like that. So, yeah, this is a bit into the actual thing. You get the backstory. But Berserk is interesting. It was very interesting. I enjoyed it a lot. And it was a lot of fun. I've heard about it so much, and I finally watched it. And I mean, it was really cool. And I remember I sat there and went, oh my god, this is the character that Ike's based off of. Because he's way too similar. The way he swings his sword, the way he, like, attacks, the, like, two-handed sword, the cape, his design, like, everything just kind of screamed Ike from Fire Emblem. Except Ike's a little more, you know, Nintendo'd. That's all. Which is fine. It makes me like Ike more, honestly. But Guts is really cool. Guts was awesome. It was interesting to see Griffith here, because I know he's, like... I've heard about how I think he's supposed to be the main villain, if I'm not mistaken. But I was kind of like, huh, interesting. So this is kind of how they met and everything. All right. But I know nothing about the series. So I still have to watch the third movie. I only watched the first 2. The first one was good. I gave it like just a 7, because it was a good start, as I said. It was building towards things. The second one was a lot more interesting. It still had some missing parts for me, but it was better. So I gave it an 8. I definitely leaving it below Bocchi, because I did enjoy Bocchi more. It is right now the weakest of the 8s, and it's definitely going to remain that way from the looks of things. But that's only just because it's like there's still more to it that I don't know. I'm thinking about this more. Like, honestly, Berserk was that second movie was really good. I did really, 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 really like it. Ugh. I did really like the second movie. I think I'm gonna leave it. It was really well done though. Hmm. 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 And it ended so well. Oh. Because I could slap it above Buddy Daddies. I think I will. I think I will. I think I will. You know what? I will. I'm gonna slap this above Buddy Daddies. I'm not gonna put it above My Hero Season 7. Because even though I said, you know, with the problems I had, I still loved it. It was my favorite season so far of after Season 4. Um, which is funny, because it's like the only other two seasons I liked more than Season 7 for My Hero would be 2 and 3. 2, 3, and 4 like my favorite 3, and then it's 7. So it's kind of like, well, yeah, that's still pretty good. That's still pretty good. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Season 7 could be above Season 2. Not 3. Well, actually. Not 4. 4 was my favorite by 4. Hard not to have 4 as your favorite, though. But anyways, back to Berserk. Sorry. Yeah, that second movie was really good. I think I'll keep it below Season 7 of My Hero for now. Because even though it was really good, it's so hard because I don't remember as well as I should. But at the same time, it's so close. It's so close right now with this here. But there, I think my problem was there wasn't enough, because it's like it's still kind of a prequel to the series itself. It was incredibly interesting and a lot of fun, but it was still like a prequel. So I think I'll leave it here for now. It could go above Solo Leveling in My Hero. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, it could be above. It could be around here. Could be here. Could be here. But I'm gonna leave it here for now, just because. So, okay, we got Baki, Son of Ogre. Okay, so we're gonna start with the first part, just to make things easy, like I did with Bleach, because we got both here. So Baki, Son of Ogre. I really enjoy Baki a lot. Baki's a lot of fun. It's very, very interesting and creative the way they do things. I think, if I'm not mistaken, because I gave these. I think I gave them. Hold on. I think I gave them a 9. I'm pretty sure. Let me just see. Okay, well, or not a 9. Sorry, an 8. I meant to say 8. I said 9. There's only one I kind of wanted to give a 9 to, but I still gave it an 8. Okay, the series overall kind of like probably all together is a 9 for me, but yeah, I think, yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, so I think that's where I'm going to put that one. The first part of Son of Ogre was really fun, really interesting, the way they handled things. I can't really talk about it, but it's a fighting anime, basically, with all the kung fu, all the, like, it has a bunch of kung fu, a bunch of, like, martial arts, everything under the sun that involves, like, physical hand-to-hand combat. And even sometimes not just hand-to-hand. But most of the time it is. And it gets crazy to the point of there was a character in this one that used a hair from his head to trip someone by putting it in their ear. I am serious. And that's an actual thing. The thing about this show is people look up, the person who makes this looks up the facts, looks up like how things work, how the bodies work and everything, and is able to make an insane, incredible fighting show to a crazy extent because of that. And yeah, but part 1 of Son of Ogre was really enjoyable. I enjoyed it a lot. However, so my personal favorite was The Convicts. That is my personal favorite of the show. But I enjoyed the second part of Son of Ogre more than the first part. And I'd probably slap it around here. I think that's a safe bet, because I actually enjoyed Dodongodon more than I thought. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I realize how much I enjoyed Dodongodon. It's going on my, like, top 30 favorite animes. In the sense of, like, you know, the anime altogether. I think it's going in there. Because for me personally, I'm like, I don't add an anime in there until I feel like it's right. And I'm kind of like, yeah, I think the Dodongodon kind of did quite a good job at getting me there. But yeah, part 2 of Son of Ogre, with Pickle, and, you know, finally the father-son showdown. That stuff was insane. Like, the stuff with Oliva was great. It was great, the whole jail and everything. It was so much fun and so cool. But the stuff with Pickle was even crazier, and the stuff with his father was even crazier. That battle lasted like 5 episodes. That was wild. And the stuff against Pickle was just crazy in general. It just kind of beats out the other one for me. It was just so much more enjoyable, so much more fun, and so much more intense than the first one. The first one felt intense, but only to like a specific degree, whereas like the second part of Son of Ogre, yeah, it definitely was even better. Now, granted, still these are 2 parts to a season, so if I had to actually put them together, I would still probably put them above Apothecary Diaries, because that second half does, like, carry it enough, because the first half is strong enough. But when splitting it, it ends up like this. Because, yeah. But as I said, I mean, I enjoyed the convict stuff more anyways. That was just my personal favorite. But excellent fighting show. Excellent fighting show. So, yeah, that is the list, guys. It took me 2 hours. God damn it. It took me 2 hours because I was sitting here talking for like half an hour at the beginning, and then it took me an hour and a half to talk about all of these different animes specifically, because I wanted to at least go into why, you know, I hold certain ones so dearly and all this. And like I said, I'll probably upload it. There's a couple movies in here, as I said, and then everything else is kind of seasons. Some seasons have certain parts to it, like 1,000 Year Blood War, Son of Ogre, stuff like that. And then we got, like, you know, Berserk movies. And Haikyuu movie, which, when I was talking about 2 movies, I'm talking about, like, you know, Look Back and Your Name, that are just like one-off movies, not Haikyuu, Berserk, that actually have ongoing series that, you know, the movies are a canon part of. That's what I mean when I was talking about 2 movies. 2 one-off movies, and then, like, you know, the other movies are canon to the shows. Or manga, whatever you want to consider. But yeah, this is my list. We got nothing that's very bad, just good. So 1,000 Year Blood War Core 1 was the peak for me, along with Free Ren and Look Back. And unfortunately for just the bottom is the first Berserk film, which, you know, as I said, it was just building stuff. It wasn't super interesting yet, but it was setting things up for the second movie, which we watched both on the same day, which definitely made the second movie even better. And then the Megumin explosion on this beautiful world takes the bottom spot for me, just because it wasn't as interesting. It just really wasn't as interesting for me without the whole dynamic and everything, especially with afterwards. After watching that, I watched Konosuba Season 3. Like, it wasn't even like I watched Konosuba Season 3 first. I watched Konosuba Season 3 after watching the Megumin spinoff, and I'm glad, because I probably would have gotten bored of the Megumin spinoff otherwise, with the level that Konosuba Season 3 was at. So, yeah. Right. Well, I'm gonna message my brother, but in the meantime, we are going to In the meantime, we are going to now add animes. So this is my... I'd like to... So I'm going to download the image. This is the image for... I guess I could have gotten rid of this row, but it's whatever. I could delete it with like a program. That is my image for the animes of 2024 that I've watched this year. Now, I'm going to go ahead and add animes that I have not finished from this year. We're going to go through this quickly because my brother's going to be coming downstairs. But yeah, anyways, let's start off with the one I've only watched one episode of, which is Dragon Ball Daima. Not finished it, but it is interesting. It's an interesting concept. And I've only watched one episode, as I said. I will eventually get to that. But okay, yeah, all right. But I will eventually get to that, and yeah. So there's no worries right now. Right now it's just Daima. No worries right now. Yeah. No, there is no worries because I only watched like one episode and I know nothing about it other than like just the premise and why things have happened, and it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll see what happens, right? That's pretty much it. So nothing to really say about Daima. So I was watching this show that my brother watched, and he said it's very funny. It's silly, it's goofy. It doesn't have it has a decent rating on my anime list, but one of my friends recommended it to me and him, which is funny because there's a lot of animes in here that I highly gave high numbers to. Berserk, Vinland, even some down here that I'm going to be adding, and other ones that I'm going to watch, and other animes I've already watched that he was the one who showed me Frieren. There's a ton, and he says it's amazing, and for certain reasons. And this is one of those ones that I think hits a certain kind of like crowd. It's a funny anime. It's called oh god, I'm so bad with this name. I'm so sorry if I butcher it, but it is called Hatsukoi Limited. I think I said that right. Hatsukoi Limited. So basically, it's just a like slice of life anime, and it's kind of about it. It is a romance anime as well, and from what I've noticed, it's like it's kind of like it's similar to ReZero, where there's it's not a love triangle happening, it's like a love square. Like, this person's in love with this person, but that person is in love with that person, but that person is in love with that person, and it just goes around in a square. Not even a square, maybe a rectangle for like how much ReZero does it, but this one's more like a square so far from what I've watched, but maybe it'll turn into a rectangle. It'll probably turn into a rectangle, but we don't need to ever talk about squares and rectangles. But yeah, it was super interesting. I haven't finished it. I'm only a few episodes in. I'm only like 5 or 6 episodes in, so I'm like halfway done. I think it's just a one-off series as well. But it is a romance anime, and it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. So it's an enjoyable one. Ancient Magus Bride. I haven't watched too much of this. I watched a bit of it earlier this year, around the same time I started Frieren. And it is very interesting, the premise, everything they're doing, but I've only like watched 8 episodes, so it's still kind of starting up for me, but I can see I'm really gonna like it, especially once I get to like the second season. So that Spice and Wolf. So okay, this is one I talked. Oh, he's here. This is one. This is one I've talked about. These ones I can get through quickly. The next few is a little harder to get through quickly, but I try. Spice and Wolf. So I was talking about animes that I got bored of slice of life when I tried to watch them, and this is one of them. I watched 2 episodes, and I could not do it because I was just not in the slice of life mood. I know I'm going to love the anime. I know I will, and it is very good. I know it's highly regarded. I just didn't get to it because I just got 2 episodes into it and kind of had to put it down because I had to come back to it a different day. I'm gonna have to do that. So, Skip to Loafer is another one that has the same thing for me. I think I'll probably put Skip to Loafer here for now. I might switch these two, like these. I might switch these two, but we'll see. For now, I'll leave it like that. Skip to Loafer, same thing. It is only 12 episodes, and I got through like 6. I wanted to try to finish it, but I didn't want to force myself. So, same issue as Spice and Wolf. I tried to watch it around the same time, and that is why I tried to watch Skip to Loafer, because I heard more about it because it was a new one, as opposed to Spice and Wolf. But I had the same problem of I wasn't in the mood for Slice of Life, so I'm gonna have to get back to it eventually. This one, ReZero Season 3, I haven't finished it. It's not finished airing. That's the reason. It's not finished airing. Half of it's done. And I would shoot it up to the top. It would go to the top, probably above Look Back and above Ray Ray.
It for what it is right now is fine, because you're ranking it based off year.
Yeah.
You have to wait till next year for the other half, so I say rank it.
Yeah. Oh wait, rank it for the.
Yeah, because we have what we have for the year, but if it's getting its other half,
You know what? That is understandable, which means it takes this spot. ReZero's my 4th favorite anime. It might become my 3rd. Could become my 2nd. Never know. As I said, there's a lot that needs to be adapted, and the story is still ongoing in the light novels too, in the web novels. So I have no idea where this is gonna place. Like, it's not like the other stuff that's high up for me that it's like, yeah, you're staying around here ish. Yeah, I don't know. You could just push everything down. Who knows? But I mean, it's already high up. But ReZero Season 3, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal start. Like the first half. So this first half, amazing. And honestly, in my opinion, for me, and in general, in my opinion, from the other anime, the other 2 seasons, definitely the strongest start of them all. Absolutely by far. Like, just so amazing. Definitely recommend watching it. Make sure you have someone to show you to tell you about cut content for the first 2 seasons. This one's not as bad, because it's like there's like nothing. But okay, so this is another one. This one's funny. This one's funny because I literally had to watch 1 more episode before I did this. Licorice Recoil. I didn't know what to expect from this. I kind of thought it was gonna be a. I'm gonna call it Licorice Rico, because that's what they say a lot, even though it says recoil. I don't know why. But I had 1 more episode to watch before doing this, so I actually just barely didn't finish this. And it's so good. I didn't expect it to be as good as it was. Because I have 1 more episode, I'm going to say I'm probably going to rank it about. That's hard. I give it an 8, and it's going to stay at an 8. It will be above My Hero. I think it's above Solo Leveling for now, or it might be below Solo Leveling. So it might be around here. I think because I've watched 12 episodes, even though I haven't finished it. It's like I have 1 episode left. But the 1 episode could make it above this. That's the thing. So I'm going to say I liked it a little more, just because it was a lot more fun. It was a lot of fun. The story has been really cool, and it's been very touching. I actually will put Solo Leveling above it. I'll leave it like that, I think. And even though I have 1 episode left, I'm not sure how it'll change it. But it's very, very good. I thought it was going to be some simple, like, slice of life, you know, girl, not girly anime, but girl anime in the sense of, like, fan service anime. It is not. It was actually really cool, really interesting, and it kind of caught me off guard. Hard. I wasn't expecting what I got, and I partially just watched it. I started watching it like earlier last week on a whim, because I was just like, screw it, why not? Like, screw it. The its rating is pretty good on my anime list, anything with an 8 is usually pretty good. Usually. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it's been very touching and very, like, I really like the characters. The main girl, like I was talking about with Too Many Losing Heroines, it's like her to a bit of a lesser extent, but like her. Like Anna from Too Many Losing Heroines. So it's kind of like she hits that same vibe too. And her partner is very, very fun too. They're all just very fun. The dynamic is great. All of that. Alright. Now these last two. Summertime Rendering. I'm like 16 episodes in. I got a bit left to go. It is crazy good. It is really interesting. It is very similar to ReZero in the way things work, but it has its own interesting spins, concepts, all of that. And I think this is also just a one and done series as well. So it's 25 episodes and that's it. Not getting any more, but it's very, very good. And apparently for right now, I give it like an 8. So I would actually put it like probably here-ish. Yeah, probably there. But I'm not going to rank it just yet. The reason being is because from what my friend told me, the last 4 episodes hit so hard, changed so much that, like, my ranking might even change. It might go to 9. Like, I don't know at this point. Because it changes so much in the story and so much shit happens, apparently, in the last 4 episodes. Yeah, we'll leave it as is. And the last one, Violet Evergarden. We ended on a cliffhanger. Episode 7. Why? I don't know. Because we decided to watch one more, and, well, that was a mistake. But it's amazing. My brother could tell you, because he's going to talk about it soon. But it's amazing, and we will be finishing it soon. So, the good thing is both Summertime Rendering and Violet Evergarden, we will finish soon. The rest of them are kind of, well, I'll finish soon, but the rest of them are kind of like, not sure when I'll finish. Probably finish, oh, god damn it. Hatsukoi Limited, fairly soon too, honestly. But the rest, it's like, I'll slowly get back to them. Because Magus Bride was a similar thing, I forgot to mention, like Spice and Wolf and Skip the Loafer, that I kind of just got a little... I kind of got a little, like, out of the magic kind of... It wasn't like I got out of the slice of life feel and needed to watch something else. It was the complete opposite. I got out of the feel of, like, the magic stuff and all that, so... Yeah, anyways, that is my list with the not finished stuff. And, like I said, those two I added in there because that makes sense. So, we're going to download that one. That's the image of the 2024. Yay! Now it's your turn.
Alright.
As he says, like, 10 minutes before midnight. Yeah, I took 2 hours to do that. I talk too much. We knew this.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to talk that much. I was trying to make it quick, and now I'm like, well, I feel bad. I was gonna do... I'm sad, because I was gonna do, like, a video game one. I don't think I'm doing a video game. I mean, it's literally these games. That's literally it. Like, I don't think it's worth it.
Fair.
I could just do a quick one, but... Anyways, my brother's turn. So first, we're gonna do manga for him. Or manga. Anime. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go forth.
Oh, I was gonna say, do you want to just set up the other one just because?
Other one?
The manga one?
I could set it up quickly.
Whichever... I know.
Yeah, because these only apply to us. Also,
I think
could just
manga
do
might
that.
be shorter, honestly, so we maybe do that first.
That works. There you go.
Alright.
Alright, you get to talk about yours. This will be a fun video to upload.
Oh, I might just... I haven't checked.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you know what? Just take my shirt. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
You're the one doing it now. Go for it.
Alright.
It's gonna show my face popping up while you do this,
I
but
don't
it's
know
funny.
if that's what you did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Ohayo minasan. Konkai wa... Okay, that's
I'm
as
gonna
far
take
as,
that out.
that's as far as my vocabulary goes. Alright. So, my shit. I'm gonna be doing this on my own channel with my own video and everything, obviously, but that's way more in depth. And if I were to do that here, I'd
We
be
would be
I'd be
another 2
keeping you
hours.
all till like 7 a.m.
Oh, I was expecting another 2 hours. Goodness.
No, I've started that video, and there is already like an hour or two's worth. So, anyways, I'll keep it short. I'll keep it simple.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep these rankings overall because
Try
I'm
your
in
best.
the same shit. I will note my rules for all this. I did not put anything that I have already seen or anything like that. Technically speaking, like Konosuba is the exception here, and so is Ranking of Kings. They are the exception because they're continuations of stuff that I haven't necessarily seen. Whereas stuff like ReZero, for example, I've seen Arc 5. I'm caught up on that. I don't need to do ReZero. 1,000 Year Blood War, yeah, has new shit in it, but one, I don't need to do it, and two, I haven't actually finished that yet.
Yeah, and that one makes sense. Whereas for me, it's like that was my first experience.
Yeah.
Well, for them.
Yeah, so that's one rule. Another is, unlike Marley's list here, where it's not finished, I have none of that in here. I have no not finished stuff, nothing like that.
I was originally not going to include that, but I did because I was like, you know what? Why not?
I just figured if I'm ranking stuff from the year, I'm going to be ranking stuff that I know for a fact.
True.
So I have all this here.
It was better that I did it, though, because I had two that I threw in that I was like, oh, right, I guess I could throw those in. One because ReZero, the other because one episode.
So, I'll do this list some favors. I will, for this one, delete this row. I don't think there was anything that I read that was a D this year. And I mean, most of the time I don't really think that, but like, overall, most stuff wasn't really a D this year. I think I'll get the hot take out of the way, and we're gonna start with Slam Dunk, putting that probably in C, and what I mean by the probably there is probably the lowest out of everything, because don't get me wrong, Slam Dunk was a fun series to read. It had some cool stuff in there. The art was fantastic, right? That I can definitely say that for a fact, is I know this author, artist sort of thing, mangaka, I guess is the correct term. I know he does fantastic art and everything, and I don't remember the name of it. It might just be Musashi, but the other series he does regard like that regards Miyamoto, Musashi, and all that. Vagabond, that's what I said. Musashi, like that's the fucking series now. I'm thinking of the actual dude. Vagabond. I know he's the same mangaka that did Vagabond, and that looks fantastic, right? I'm definitely excited to get to that possibly one day. So like I said, Slam Dunk looks great. Other than that, though, I had no interest in the characters. I did not like the main character, and its finale felt very rushed. So I did like the games of it, like they felt kind of intense, but it didn't feel all that great otherwise. I think it definitely needed work with the characters and 100% with the ending, because the ending really just kind of spoiled it a whole lot. But yeah, I think low C, still decent, still was alright to read this year. In some ways, I would have wanted to read it because of curiosity, but had I known what it was going to be like or whatever it may be, I probably could have gone without reading it. That would have just been the general thing. I'll go in order out of what I know for a fact. Anadoki, we'll put that in C as well. Fun little rom-com by the same person that did Ichigo 100% and Hatsukoi Limited and all that. Fun little thing. I think, though, the choices in it of age are very, very peculiar, and I'm not huge on that. I think establishing a character who is 13, and then, yeah, okay, sure, they're interested in somebody who's like 17 or something like that, but then they also have a, like, classmate, essentially, who is 13, and there's an interest there. Would have been cute to have something more in-depth with those two, rather than trying to have him focus on the older character. I think that was weird, but I think the humor and everything else of it that were written was really well done. Weird entry from the author, but still the essentially writing that made the other series good is still kind of there. I just wish for different choices. That's all. Okay, now
Before you do the next one.
Mhm.
Sorry, guys, we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna say Happy New Year to my mom because it's gonna happen in like 3 minutes. So we will be right back.
Put on BRB.
Yeet. And then we'll get him to finish up, even though he just started.
Oh, it's 2025, everybody.
Happy New Year, people! Alright.
All
I
right.
gotta go throw a watermelon downstairs that I forgot to bring it downstairs. I'll be right back!
Now it's the me stream where I get to do everything all by myself. Alright. I think the obvious order I'm gonna give these. You, you, you. So far, how high did I put it up on my own list? Because this is like actually a tough one, believe it or not. I'm just like thinking about it. Would this belong here or here? I don't think I've read enough, so I think it'll go there. So, obvious order that these are going to be in. I just have to figure out where they go. Okay. I think with that all organized,
Alright,
I
that's
think
done.
we do. I'm just thinking if I want to put these in S or. No, you know what? I think I know how I'm gonna organize this. All right. All right. Takopi. A. Very good. Absolutely very good. What people have said about it. Really damn nice. Nice from the perspective of writing, because obviously this series is woof. But Takopi, very fantastic. Very excited that it's getting an anime. This was really good. There were moments in there that I didn't expect to happen that did, right? I thought there was a general formula to it with the way I had heard about it, but
Good lord, that is some loud fireworks.
no, yeah, that is some really loud ones. That's gonna scare the dog. But yeah, definitely some moments in there that I was not expecting at all, and everything. Yeah, just close the way.
Yeah,
All right.
can only do so much.
But yeah, overall, very good series. I don't want to say too much because I feel like honestly, as soon as you reveal one thing about Takopi, you know, the general formula is kind of known for it. But very good, phenomenal ending. Got me to tear up a bit. I liked it a lot. Again, excited for the anime. I'm curious to see how they do it because the studio handling the anime, from what I saw, they had other stuff in their catalog like Fate and all that, which I'm not Fate person, but I have seen that sort of thing before in terms of just animation and all that, and occasional friends just going through it to show it off. But they do a lot of rom-com sort of stuff and everything. I know they did.
Trail, thank you for the resub.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, 64 months, let's go. Wait.
Like the Mario.
How's it going, man?
True.
I know, right? I've been
Um,
live since last year, what the heck?
Yeah, I know the same studio that's handling the anime for this did, what is it, fucking Clanad or whatever?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know much about that series, but me and my friends do know how that shit ends. So, you know, this might be great for them, which also might tell you how this series goes. I can promise you, it's gonna start like that.
Oh boy.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Sapphire. Happy New Year, Trail.
All right. Next up,
And Happy New Year to
Berserk.
everybody else in the chat.
So Berserk,
We already shut
So
that.
partially why I didn't put the OVAs here is that I've read up to the end of the Golden Age stuff and everything, and I stopped there because not for any particular reason or anything like that.
The mic is on, like in the OBS.
I believe so. Let me double check. Let me see.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
Making sure,
I'm
making
talking.
sure.
All right, cool. This one.
Yeah.
So I stopped at the end of Golden Age, not for the stuff that happens there and everything, but mainly just because I wanted a small break because I was doing Berserk as a break from what I was reading. I think I was reading Slam Dunk, and I wanted a break, and I read Berserk, and I was, or no, I know what it was. It was I was reading stuff via like the physical things I had. So I'm trying to remember what it was. There was something I read prior to Berserk, and that's when I got to it. I actually don't remember what it was. But anyways, I read Berserk because it was, you know, stuff I actually like those books I actually owned, and then I was like, okay, I have other stuff I'm gonna read and everything, but I felt like, okay, let me get up to Golden Age because that's the stuff I know. Right, I already knew everything up to there by that point, so I decided to do that. With that said, still really good. Still had stuff that I didn't expect. I actually didn't expect how it started because as much as I knew the general first few pages, I had assumed Golden Age was what started the series. It is not. There's at least like an arc or two before that. But still, really damn good. Marley, of course, still has to see the end of Golden Age and all that.
Yep, I was actually talking about that before because I put the movies in there.
Yeah, and you haven't seen anything about it, which is great because that means you get to experience all that raw.
Yeah. Also, quickly, thank you for the resub for Sapphire Trail and
Gosh.
Sapphire Cat.
Oh,
Cat.
he's just staring.
But yeah, welcome back to the Milk Mob, Sapphire. Trail, we got him. Alright, go ahead.
Just trying to see if he's gonna come inside. No? Oh, I forgot they like to take turns, so he's gonna. Never mind. He's
I was
just
trying
gonna give a shit. Alright.
Move his little bum because that usually works.
With that said, I think
There's like,
we
nope,
shall get to
move
the
over
top of A, and we shall do that with Koisome Momiji. I hope I pronounced that.
Oh, is that the one you were
correctly.
telling me about? Or was
Uh,
it the other one? Down there. That
Probably
one?
this one.
Okay, that's probably that one. then.
But Koisome Momiji is also another really absurdly good rom-com. It is 33 chapters long. Now, those chapters each are decently lengthy, but you could finish this series in a couple hours. It is not hard to do at all. Very fucking good. Absurdly good characters to it, absurdly fun interactions, really strong side moments in there, and really strong heartfelt moments. I loved it a lot, right? I wanted to actually get the volumes of this until I ran into two problems. One, barely anybody is selling this in terms of just the books and everything. And two, people who are selling it, or at least were, because not anymore, but people who were selling it were only selling 2 of the volumes, which is really unfortunate because I knew there was something wrong with that, and there's 4 volumes to this series, so I was not even going to get the full amount, which I'd rather have the full amount than only 1 or 2 things. So very unfortunate. I do at some point want to collect all 4 volumes of that if I can. Just a good ass series, really damn good series. I'm pretty sure it's regular. Yeah, it's regular Jump. Because I had to think about it. I'm like, I was doing a list for an actual big video I plan to do regarding just Shonen Jump itself, but not Plus. And yeah, this one is in regular Jump. So, really great entry as a Jump rom-com. Very strong, all that. Yeah. And let's start off with the S's. Dorohedoro. Good. Very good. Now, I had seen the anime around 2, maybe 3 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago at this point. Because I think it's the last, or like the latest video I've done and all that. And, you know, when you start off that series, it's confusing and everything. It's weird. There's a lot of shit going on. but it's very entertaining, right? Then you get to the manga, you get further into it, and I mean season 2 is now coming. But you get further into the manga and everything. It's great. It's really damn good. Fun characters, fun world. There's a shit ton of world building and a shit ton of just system building in terms of like how everything works, not even just power wise, just how everything works. It's cool. I like it a lot. I don't necessarily know if I could properly describe it here outside of like the video I intend to do where I'm going to be talking about a lot. And you know, obviously without spoiling anything. So it's a bit tough in that regard, but absurdly strong series. I can see why it's so popular. Very excited for more. I hope the anime actually gets to finish it. Yes, dog. I know. Fireworks are scary. Alright. Next up.
Holy loud though.
Yeah.
It must
Yeah,
be like right behind our house.
Probably. It's probably everywhere because people love to do that.
Yeah.
Next up on our list is Nura. This series is interesting because the season 1 of its anime was weak to me. It was like, alright, but if season 2 didn't improve within the first few episodes, I was not going to continue it. And then I watched episode 1 of season 2, and I sat there like, hold up. And I kept watching, and it was more and more enjoyable, and I had a blast with it. It was really damn good. I gave it an equal score, like, and by equal score I mean like as a collective sort of thing, like both including season 1 and 2. I gave it a collective score of like an 8 or an 8.5, which just pretty much tells you how strong season 2 was. Like if season 1 was the same, had the same amount of strength to it, that shit probably would have been top 10. That shit is top 10 because I read the manga and it just gets better and better. Absurdly good. Really beautiful art in the manga, right? I think anime looks good, especially with season 2, but its manga art cannot, like, even, or I guess the anime art rather is better to mention first. The anime art can't even compare to the manga because one of my favorite styles you can do is that very old sort of Japanese, like, oh, here's this like very strong ink and these very strong designs that are like, in a sense I'm gonna call curly, but it's like they look really damn good and everything, and this series uses that a lot. It tries to stay very simple most of the time, but when they do big pieces like 2-page spreads and all that, they do that curly art. It's beautiful. Love it a lot. Also, power-wise and everything, like power system, characters, all this, much like every other series on here, that would be related to that, which really is just Dorohedoro and I guess a little bit of Berserk. Berserk's, like, it doesn't really have the power system there. It's more so just very straightforward with that. But compared to, like, Dorohedoro, I do enjoy some of the power stuff here, even more so. Very cool. I love the fear stuff, all that. Awesome. I also really love how it ended and like the final 10 or 20 chapters, even the bonus chapters that came out with the like final volume, especially I think like the last one or second last one. It's it almost got me. It almost got me real good there, and I almost, much like this and all that, and this, it almost made me tear up a bit with its second to last bonus chapter. I think it's second to last. It might even be the last one. Fantastic though, loved it. And then the obvious number one there for manga I've read this year, Ichigo 100%. That shit is in my top 10. It's decently high in my top 10. It's not in the absolute like top 10 where there's like, you know, including both anime and manga, because that's kind of fucked to a point where it's like, well, it's hard to enter there. But in terms of manga, still decently high up. I think it's not super, super high. Like, I don't know that I put it above Medaka Box for myself, but I did put it above this. This is really good. I can see why this was one of the top dogs of Shonen Jump, like, romance series. Really damn good. Personal recommendation, if anybody's interested in going through it, do not watch the anime. Absolutely read the manga. The anime will go through barely anything here, from what I understand. Like, it covers almost nothing and only gets you introduced to the characters, and that's about it.
Yeah, I was gonna like read it and watch the manga, and then I was like, oh,
Yeah.
see.
Wow, you told me that, and I went, oh, I watched the
Yeah.
manga, I watched the anime. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
But really damn
Brain.
good series. Very enjoyable. Very good cast. I honestly thought this series, I'm not going to go into spoilers, but I am going to allude to stuff. I thought this series had one of the best rejection scenes. And I thought it couldn't be topped in that regard. This did it. This really did. There was a real bittersweet scene in there where it was like, dude, this fucking hurts to see. Like, with the way it's formatted as well. I'm going to be talking about it in my actual video. But it is tough. But the actual stuff of it, legitimately kind of beautiful. I actually do think this is really great. I'm excited to see the other Jump romance series, because everybody always talks about We Never Learn, and Nisekoi especially is the one I hear a fuck ton about. So I'm excited to start those, because if they are better than this, damn, right? That might actually just be a straight up top 10 sort of entry. So yeah, that's my manga one. Now we get to this. Do me a favor. Entertain them for a second, because I need a drink. I'm talking.
Yeah, that happened to me.
And now the return of your streamer.
Haha, return! What the heck? I was messaging people on Instagram and I'm like, wait, I can't even like... I can't see anything. Where did the messages go? What? What? How does that work? Okay. Instagram's weird. I was like messaging people on Instagram about New Year, and I'm like, where'd the messages go?
Nice.
Like, where did everything go?
Alright. Back to what we do. Okay. We have D here. I might keep it. Because there is something I want to talk about that I am kind of disappointed. Not even kind of, I'm pretty disappointed in.
I'm gonna take a quick guess in my mind, and I think I have a feeling I know which one I'm looking at that would be disappointed. I think it's one of the ones we watched. I'm gonna assume.
No.
No, really?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Really? I thought it was okay.
Fuck, I'm looking at some of the stuff from this year. It's like, holy shit, that's gonna... I still have to talk about some of these in my video, and that's gonna be tough. Okay, we will start... I'm not gonna order them this time, because I think if I do that, it's a bit spoilery. I think it was fine for the manga, because there's so few entries in the manga that it's like... I think it's alright if I do that for this. I think this bit spoilery for, you know, how I'm gonna treat these if I order them.
Yeah, I kind of had to do the same thing myself, where I was like, I can't go into too much detail. I don't want to spoil.
Well, that's not... Detail's not the problem. I'm saying I ordered them, like, outside. Like, I moved these around out here before I put them.
Oh.
And that's when I put them up. Is like... Because then you already know
Oh,
what's going on.
yeah. You shouldn't do that with this one.
Yeah, this... Like I said, manga, I had few enough entries that I felt like, you know what, it's whatever. I'm just gonna go by these. No problem. This is different. Okay. We're gonna go in order. Hatsukoi Limited. I'm gonna give this... We'll go with low B. Maybe the lowest B. Good. Very good rom-com. Not absolutely insane, right? I think it's very simple. Obviously I could have read it. It's by the same author that did this, and all that. I could have just read it. But I watched it, because its adaptation to my understanding was good. And honestly, it was good. I liked it. The animation's beautiful. It actually... Its style, I will say... I know the like Ichigo 100% anime looks a bit similar as well, but this one I think really captures the mangaka's style. It's really good at doing that, and it's rare that I see that sometimes. Sometimes animes do take some liberties in that regard. This felt like I was actually just straight up watching the manga go by, so it's nice. Overall though, it's good. I think its second half picks up a lot more than its first half. But it was decent. It was decently enjoyable and all that. Had a nice ending to it, all this sort of shit. It was good. I liked it, right? It's a very simple rom-com. I don't necessarily think, you know, you're getting into this grand sort of love story or some shit going into it, but it's neat. It has what I like to refer to as a love spiderweb. I mentioned this to Marley as well, where
Oh, I was talking about like a love. I said love rectangle, but yeah, that's the spider webs.
rectangle's not accurate because a rectangle implies that they all go at the same direction at some point, which you could argue at certain points, but
Sure.
like
The spider web is probably a better way to put it.
yeah, spider webs is like to say it's a spider web. Can they see my mouse?
Yes,
Yeah,
you should be able to.
to see it, as long as they can. Let me double check.
I'm pretty sure I saw it. Yeah, looks like it.
Well, this is on OBS.
Oh,
I don't know if it's on here as well.
I guess not. No,
I can't tell.
that's fine.
You know what? We can use this because I can move this around. It's like characters, kind of going around like this and everything, like all over the place. Like this character likes this character, who likes this character, who likes this. It's that sort of thing. It's great in that regard, right? And eventually, you know, there's certain moments in there where something interesting might happen, but overall, it's good. It has that spiderweb sort of thing. It's nice. So low B, right? I think possibly the lowest. We'll see. Assassination Classroom. See, it was good, right? I think its second season picked up more. I think there were jokes in there that kind of sucked, but there were also jokes in there that were good. It was nice overall. I think what I'm going to say is it did the classroom setting well compared to a lot of series. Like I could make the argument of My Hero and all that. It knew how to manage each character. I just
talking about My Hero earlier.
Yeah, I just think the series should have had more time. I know the whole point of it is that they're on a time limit, but if we had more time with all of these characters, this could be fucking phenomenal in my opinion, right? Like some people absolutely love this series, and I could see why, but I personally think if this series had like, I'm gonna say like another season or two, right? Like whatever the equivalent to that in the manga would be, like whether it's like 50 chapters or something.
Mhm.
If it had another season or two, and that just developed on everybody, right? They made everybody memorable. You remembered every fucking name. This would absolutely be like one of the greatest series out there, right? I definitely also think some jokes need to be changed. Some of them aren't funny. Sometimes they're just creepy. Sometimes it's just a little offensive. All that. Definitely think some of that needs to change, but you know what? I almost want to say early series, but this was not an early series of Jump. This was actually kind of later. Still, I think there's like room for improvement with this sort of series, but it's in the right direction for the classroom type of thing. High Q. And put that higher C.
Yeah.
I think.
I know that's how you feel about it.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I can see how this series is enjoyable. But I like to always say this. Let me take a drink.
I'm gonna say something quickly. I understand.
I
what
like to say
you're
that
trying
too.
say.
I like
I
to
think.
say, let me take a drink as well.
Mhm.
But here's what I'm going to mention. I am very open to a lot of opinions and everything like that, and I never really try to shit on people for that sort of thing, because I hate doing that, right? I would hate for people to do it to me. I don't like doing it to other people's, right? So in most regards, with opinions, I don't really ever question stuff, but I do like to know why usually. High Q is something where I usually like to know why for people. Mainly for people who mention, oh, I lost sleep watching this series. Because I hear that, and I sit there, and I go, okay, I'm curious on why, right? Because something like One Piece, right? I knew fucking everything that was happening in One Piece. But I watched that shit, and I'm like, no, this is entertaining. Like, I did legitimately lose sleep because I was like, yeah, you know what, hold on, I want to watch more. ReZero, I legitimately had that problem, right? I had that problem bad with ReZero. ReZero, I had that problem bad. Bleach, occasionally. I think Bleach was on the lesser regard, similar to One Piece, but it was stronger than One Piece in that regard. Fist of the North Star, absolutely. I remember I would wake up at like fucking 5 sometimes. Like it would be the summer vacation, right? It was, like I had time for this. It was the summer vacation, and this was like several years ago. Like this was a while ago. At this point, it's almost been like 10 years since I watched Fist of the North Star. I think next year will mark like 10 years of it, but like specifically in the summer next year. So I would be on like summer vacation watching it and everything. And I remember I had days where I woke up at like 5 p.m. watching that shit. And I only remember this because I was invited to something like that same summerish or something around that time. And my plans for that evening were just watch Fist of the North Star, that's it. Like, and I'd like passed out and then woke up because I got a phone call. So, again, like, I've lost sleep occasionally to series, but I don't see it for Haikyuu. It's enjoyable. It has fun characters and all this sort of shit, but I'm never intrigued enough with this series to reach that point. Like, legitimately, I think it's because I watched it with you that I even continued, right? Because, like, I was talking to some friends, and one of my friend's brothers mentioned that he only continued playing Wukong, like Black Myth Wukong. He only continued playing it because he had my friend there to backseat him, right? Otherwise, he would have stopped. But my friend was there to essentially lead him towards like the fun stuff to do and everything. I think Haikyuu is the exact same way. If I experienced this and I watched season 1 and then I watched a few episodes of season 2, just like I did with Nura over here, I probably would have dropped this. I probably would have dropped this and had way more complaints. But it's thanks to him mentioning that, no, it does get stronger with a lot of the stuff and everything, that I continued going, and I do think it got stronger. I just don't think Haikyuu is that absolutely insane like a lot of people treat it and everything. I've seen some very strong opinions of it, and I'm not going to judge people for that. I'm just always curious on why, because I never view it in that regard, right? It's kind of always the thing of if you don't enjoy a series, but then you see somebody else have it super high, you are curious on why. Like, even if you accept it, you are kind of curious on why that tends to happen, right? I think that's how it is for Haikyuu for me, is I'm always curious on why people have it that high, and I'm totally cool with it. It's just like, I don't see it necessarily, like, for myself, personally, right? That's how Haikyuu is for me. You need to move down. Okay. That's the only one I'm moving down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. With that said, let's do Kengan. Kengan. I am excluding the collab thing because that's separate. We'll rank that when we do. Kengan itself. Season 1 was good. Season 2 was great. I think this deserves to be... What do I want my A rank to be? I gotta think about this while I have a drink. Because, like, here's the thing. This is gonna definitely be, like, stuff that's, like, 9 or above, right? Or probably something like that. Probably, like, the higher end of 9 stuff.
I honestly did.
But
S's for me, I was doing, like, 9.5 to 10, honestly.
That's fair. Yeah,
I kind of made it a little bit exclusive that way for me.
You know what? You make a good argument. I think...
Because AI was going, like, 9s.
Yeah, I think some of my 9s will end up in S, but I think some might flow down into
Well,
A.
actually... no, yeah, no, actually, wait. No, the original Bleach was like a 9.5. Never mind, I was incorrect. Never mind, I was incorrect.
Fair enough. Because
everything else was a 9. The original Bleach was the only one I was like...
You know what?
It's probably a 9? No, the original Bleach was a 9. Never mind, yeah. Like,
I think this does go in B.
So
I think this goes in B, but I think this will probably be the highest entry. It is really fucking good if you just want, like, very simple plot, here's action, right? CGI in it, like, people always argue about CGI. Listen, I'm gonna be real. The CGI that you probably don't like is when they just unnecessarily do it and it looks horrible. For example, season 1 of Baki, like with the convict arc and everything, doesn't look great there, right? Most of the time, it's fine. Like, believe it or not, if you've watched Re:Zero, there's CGI in there. you probably never fucking noticed, but it's in there. I mean, there's a chance you might have noticed, but like most of the time, probably didn't notice. It's in there though. Steel Ball Run, like JoJo Steel Ball Run. It's not out yet, but it's probably getting announced. I guess at this point this year. And guess what? That will probably have CGI horses for the most part. Makes sense. This though is entirely CGI, but it's good. It reminds me a lot of Superhero, where it's just like, no, it's animated really damn nicely. It's very enjoyable, very fucking cool looking, right? Characters are great, fights are great, music is great. I love that they have fucking like wrestling intros, right? Like they have music that they licensed. Some of it they created on their own, but they have music that they licensed and all this sort of shit to just be in there for when characters enter. That, in my opinion, puts like that part above Baki, right? I think everything else I enjoy more with Baki. The idea, though, of characters coming out and they have fucking theme music playing, it wins in that regard, right? That's fucking awesome, right? These shows need to do more of that. Overall, though, Kengan's great. I'm gonna be honest, based on what I've heard, I kind of hope they don't do the follow-up to it. I kind of hope it just stays how it ends. I think that would be a lot better. And I've also just heard not great things about the follow-up. Which, speaking as a Baki fan, I know how that feels. But very good, though. Probably the highest to be, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think now thinking about it, I have an actual answer. I did make the top one pure 10s.
Bam.
The top one I did pure 10. The reason being I was thinking about it, like, oh yeah, right. Bleach is separated into 3 different ones because there's the original, Core 1, Core 2. Core 1 was the 10. And I think Core 3 and 4 will probably be 10s, but I'll get to that when we get to that next year.
Yeah.
Wait, this year. Because it's 25.
Hinamaru Sumo. C, probably the highest of C, most likely. This is what I was hoping Haikyuu would be in terms of talking about its characters and like its team and everything, and a lot of stuff that they explored. It's good. I still have to read it because its manga is finished, but they did not do anything further with the anime. Shocking, considering it's not an absurdly popular series, but I know people have talked about this before. I've seen people talk about this series before. So, kind of crazy that it does not have anything past that. Then again, animes are almost always, if they're not original, promotional material, and they usually don't go past first seasons unless there is very high demand and there's very high, people like watching and all that sort of stuff, right? And also that's started to change as of recently, but at the time of this coming out, I'm pretty sure it was still just that general rule. I could be wrong. I also really like its opening and ending. Like, specifically the first opening and ending. Fantastic. I really like them a lot. Weird to mention that, but I just specifically like this one. It's really damn good with that. I'm actually trying to think of any other openings. I guess, like, Kengan's openings are really good, but I do like the ending of this one more than I do like the openings of this, as much as those are good. So technically, strongest in that regard. But really nice. Also, just great animation all around. There were more simple episodes, of course, but that's how any series works. But the episodes where they put a lot of focus into the just hits and everything like that, ooh, it looked good. It looked spicy. I liked it. Alright. Oh, fuck. Dororo was this year. Dororo was probably in January of... Oh, I say this year. Dororo was probably in January of last year. Oof. This one's a tough one to rank.
What do you mean? Oh, good. 25. Yeah.
Yeah, so this one was... Oof. It's crazy that it's been that long since I watched it. I'm gonna be honest, it feels like longer. It feels like I've watched it way earlier than that.
You know what was weird?
Hmm.
I couldn't remember the Berserk movies super well. I remembered more of the beginning of the first and more of the ending of the second.
Well, that's a sign for you to start from the beginning to read it.
Yeah.
Alright. I think we'll go A. I think we go A. Dororo was very fun. all around really interesting series, right? Had some neat stuff to it. Honestly, another entry into the book of me reading a series that came out, or not reading, watching a series that originally came out in like 1960s or like 70s, right? Like around that range. And, you know, it gets remade or something like that, or whatever it may be. Something. And I just enjoy it a shit ton. And I'm like not expecting it because for some reason my brain's like, nothing that old will be like huge in terms of plot and everything. And no, it's really good. Its characters are really great. Its story's really great. Love the spider episode. Love episode, I think it was like 7 or something like that. Whatever it was. It might have been 10. I don't remember. One of the two. One of the two or something in between that. But yeah, really strong stuff all around. And its finale, great, right? It had a really damn good finale. I liked it a lot. It was a little sad with the end, but and also other moments in there. But like, still, it was really good. I liked it a lot. Definitely would recommend it. Once again, another entry from a series way back when that I've enjoyed a lot, alongside Devilman and Ashita no Joe. Was Joe? No. Actually, was Joe not last year? Did I not?
Wait, you watched that this year? Oh, you know what I mean, last year, whatever. I'm just seeing what's next, and I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, I did. Because I have it ranked in my thread.
Okay.
Did I don't have my phone on me. Shit. I'm gonna check my Twitter for something. Shit, did I read Joe last year and I just don't remember? I don't think... No, I think I watched Joe at yeah, you know what? Ashita no Joe was not 2024 because I had Joe in the Rumble that I did for 2023.
Oh.
So there's no way I watched that in 2024. I was probably very close. Like, it was probably November when I finished it, and like late November at that. But I was probably very, very close. So no, Joe does not belong in here. But Joe is another series from around the same time and everything, like within that decade or so, where I enjoyed it a lot. Steins Gate, right there. Good, really fucking good. If you know this series, you probably should know it's good. I mean, some people might not enjoy it. I like ReZero. I'm bound to fucking like this, right? I think some of the humor is a little bit dry, but most of it's pretty good. And literally everything else about it is phenomenal. Like it a lot. I know this does have some of the White Fox elements to it, and what I mean is that there's some stuff that is generally kind of cut out of there. But to my understanding, is still very enjoyable. And the main problems with it are its follow-up stuff in that regard. So, this as is fine, right? So, obviously, putting that up there, no problem. Alright. The ranking of King's, like, treasure chest stuff. Where do I want to put this? So this is a tough one to rank, because this is not ranking of Kings itself, but it's a bunch of side stories that take up like half an episode, and then you get another half of an episode with a side story. Think SpongeBob, for example, as random of an example as that is. Think SpongeBob, for example, where you get half the episode to one thing, half the episode to the other. That's essentially what you're getting here. Also does not, like, it relates to the main plot that you see throughout the series, but it is not, like, directly, like, super important in that regard of just, like, well, it's there if you want to experience it, but that's about it. Its final episode, to my understanding, just based on what you see, is the most important part of it. Like, that actually is kind of important. Other than that, though, it's just fun side stories. So, this is a tough one, because I don't know how to rank it in that regard.
I thought you were talking about Steins Gate still, and I'm like, wait, when did that happen? Wait,
no.
how did it shift?
What
show is this?
Ranking of Kings.
Oh,
It's the treasure chest part of it, not the main story.
Gotcha.
I think I put Kengan at the top of B. I'm trying to think if it should. No, I'll put this in the middle. Middle of B. Really good.
Wait.
Very simple.
Is that the D? I don't know. I have two guesses of the D.
No.
Okay.
Then
Then I know which one's the D.
the spin-off over here with
Megumin.
thank you for putting the N there. I was gonna say Megumi.
I know. It fucks with me.
I was gonna say Potential Man, and that was gonna be completely wrong. Spin-off with Potential Man would be really boring because he'd go in and then he'd go with this treasure I summon and then he'd fucking fail. Anyways,
Wait, what?
the Potential Man, Megumi, Jujutsu.
Oh no, I know but I'm confused about the thing about going in and failing.
Yeah, no, he'd go with this treasure I summon and then he'd fail instantly because his ass only knows how to summon Maharaga.
Oh, that yeah. You can see it, Maharaga.
This was a fun spin-off. I liked it. Something I would actually mention in this regard is, and I know this is probably based on like an actual spin-off novel, but I'm gonna make the same point with this. I feel like the humor with this series improves a lot over time. Like,
Yeah.
I think season 1's its weakest, and then season 3 is going to be its strongest, which should tell you that, yeah, season 3 will probably be higher than this. But I think this series improves a lot with time. There are some jokes that, yeah, obviously it makes fun of what it's doing and everything in that regard. You know, I'm familiar with shit like Medaka Box and Kill la Kill and all that, so I already know about that sort of shit. And usually the jokes that are better are the ones that are a lot more well-crafted and everything. Both of these have that. And I think that's why, honestly, I'm going to say low A and low A. I think they belong here. These were still really damn good. Had a blast with the comedy in there. They were funny. Was good for a good laugh. This also shockingly had a serious moment in there, and I kind of like that. I like the occasional change of pace.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool.
That was actually something I forgot to mention about, like, it had serious moments in the third one as opposed to the last two.
Yeah.
Although I also felt the third season... sorry, because I can talk about this a little bit now.
Mm-hmm.
I also felt the third season kind of, like, dialed everything up higher than any of the other seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And then also played to the scenarios even higher, to a higher degree than any of the others. I was kind of, like, blown away by the third one.
Yeah, no, this was really good. I enjoyed it. It was great. I loved some of the jokes in there, like involving how they would use the opening to their advantage. Sometimes, because I think there were multiple times. Like there was one where there was screaming over the actual opening.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then there was also, because I think the opening starts with like.
I forgot about that.
I think the opening literally starts with the word yes. So I think there was, I could be wrong, but I think there was one episode where they used that to their advantage, where like a question was asked, there was some worry and everything, and then just hard cut to the opening.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one too. Oh.
So they did some great jobs with how they handled that. I liked it a lot. Free run, I'd say top of A. I think this belongs in the top of A. It's good. I can see why people enjoy it so much. Same studio that made Hunter x Hunter and Death Note and all that, so it makes sense why the animation goes so fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It's really enjoyable. Fun cast, all this sort of shit. My only issue with it, right? And honestly, I don't mind that it's a slice of life fantasy series. I think that doesn't get done a lot. So the fact that it does that, neat. And it's handled well. I just think some stuff needs more time in the oven. Not like characters are all enjoyable all around, but I'm not super like attached to a shit ton of characters, right? Like I think with a lot of series, I can say, like, for example, for Steins Gate, I could say there's characters in there where it's like, oh yeah, I was like hoping for the best for them and I was rooting for them and all this sort of shit. Freerun has those like moments slightly, but not really. I don't feel like super attached to these characters. Kengan had that. Kengan had characters where I'm like, dude, and I guess it's because it's a tournament, right? You're essentially watching dudes kind of progress through the tournament. You're sitting there watching a match going, dude, I hope he wins. He better win. I want him to win, please. And you know, it had those moments. I don't think Freerun really has those moments too much, and I know it's a slice of life sort of thing, but literally any series can have that. Ranking of Kings can have that. The Hatsukoi Limited can have that, right? Any series can have that with any genre. I think they just don't have enough exploring of these characters, and as a result, I don't feel as intensely attached to them. Also, I'm going to make an argument right now, because I saw some Twitter discourse over this and everything for a while. I actually have to agree with some of the people I've seen mention some of the stuff in this. I don't mind a series being very black and white on, you know, heroes and villains, protags and antags. I do think it's interesting if they spice it up. I've heard implications of spicing it up later in regards to demons and stuff like that. That sounds interesting. I'm not huge when stuff like demons, like, I get what they're going for. I think it is cool, right? But I'm not huge when it's very one note, yeah, all they do is kill and all this, and they don't give a shit about anything else. And it's like, I feel like you can make it a bit more interesting than that at the very least, right? Either make it a little bit more interesting or have this, like, moment where you have to morally question what they're saying, right? Like, I'm not going to give spoilers because this also literally spoils something that's not even animated yet. But part 7 of JoJo, Steel Ball Run, you fucking start questioning that villain. You sit there and, like, obviously they're a villain. You know, based on some of the shit they're saying, it's like, okay, this guy's a villain. At the same time, though, you're making me question you because you're saying some stuff and I'm like, he's not the worst. He's not like the previous villains we've had, but like, fuck, right? Like, you sit there and you're like, I don't want to agree with him, but like he has some stuff here that I get where he's coming from and stuff like that. I don't think that happens with Freerun. I think every single villain in there does just amount to, no, you don't agree with them, which is like, it's fine. But I think even something like Dorohedoro, where it was very clear what group was the antagonist and stuff like that, later on, it's actually hard to tell because even they feel very, like, it's a family sort of thing. So you're like, well, yeah, what they're doing is a little shitty, but then you also understand more about the world and what they're doing and how they are technically a lesser evil, kind of getting rid of a greater one. And then it's also like, well, it's a family sort of connection here, so it's hard to necessarily say they're bad, right? That's the thing, is I kind of want them to explore more of that. Like I said, I've heard that supposedly the manga does. I'm excited to see. But I think that's just one issue I have, along with the whole character developing thing.
Which I do feel like okay, I'm going to say personally for me, I'm like disregarding like the main three. I'd say there's probably a few other characters I do really care about. But there are obviously some characters that are just like, you know, they come in and you're probably not going to see them again. That's
no, yeah, it's a
lot
lot
of...
Even
with the ending, I know there were a bunch of characters. Some of them I care about, some of them I don't. But yeah. I also am like, this is my hope. This is just like my viewpoint with this season, because I just want to say this is like, while I do agree, I'm like, it is the first season, so hopefully all this building with all this will come later down the line because of how the show ended, how where they're progressing to that others can now follow.
Yeah, because
they're through that, so it's like we might see them again. We might get more with them. I honestly really hope so. I want our band Denkin. I want to see them some more. I want to see them. Yeah, like, I want to see them brawl.
The main three, the original.
I hope about. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say the main three, the original three that accompany Freerun.
Oh yeah.
Yubel, Freerun's teacher, the trial master person. I forgot the name of.
Serie.
Yeah, the drunk, occasionally drunk dude that I forgot the name of. That was also with the group.
Oh yeah, but you said the original group, right?
Well, I'm saying original. Shit, not the priest. I mean, like the fucking dude who joins these three.
Oh, the other priest.
Yeah,
yeah, I like him too.
Those characters are interesting, But like, I think it's the thing as much as like as well as the other characters are like interesting. I think it is the thing of
I think for me, I would probably add in Denkin and what's his name again? Sure, I know his name. Greevil? No, not Greevil. That's wrong.
Oh.
It's a Pokemon character. You know the blue hair guy from the end. Blue hair guy who was fighting you, Mel.
Oh yeah.
Land
yeah.
is kind of interesting too. Like I'm not super attached to him, but I'm like he's interesting. I could see him getting more interesting.
See, I think that you can also see the problem there. I had to take a minute to actually remember who the fuck that was. And I think like again the characters who I even listed are enjoyable, but I think they also need more depth. It is still the thing of I think they're the most enjoyable because I actually get to remember them for the most part. Again, I didn't remember some of the names in there. And the other characters are even more in that regard of I wish they had more because I forget them even more.
I'm hoping myself that all those characters will get more since this is just the first season. And this is like building them like the girl who the girl at the end, the one who was like, I thought you were small and cute, and then she's like, what's wrong with people? This generation. I'm like, I don't remember her name. I don't know her. But I'm like, we might get stuff with her later, and then I might actually care, right? And I'm like, I'm hoping that's the case with like some of these characters of like we get more of them and we get to care about them more, and then we also get like you were saying with the demons that supposedly with the later on stuff with them being more interesting and not as black and white, because I could see that happening because of how Freeran was with humans this entire time. So I'm like, I could see that actually happening. So I'm like, this is only just the first season, but I understand.
Yeah, but overall, still very enjoyable. Curious to see what season 2 will have. All right.
Okay, let's get into these guys.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you're doing it, but
Look back.
I talked about this already.
I'm going to preface this before I put it in its spot. I do not put it in a top 10 because I think a singular movie like this, especially with how the movie is and everything, it feels weird to put it in a top 10.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
I forgot to state that myself.
So I don't personally put it in there. With that said, away.
Really? I didn't realize it was that
movie.
high for you.
This is
wow.
If you, I'm gonna keep this simple. I'm gonna keep this short, sweet. The one thing I'm gonna mention otherwise is that, again, much like this does a fantastic job of adapting Fujimoto's style.
That was his name, Fujimoto.
Yeah, because the names.
I couldn't remember his name.
It's the names combined together. I'm gonna keep this short and simple though. If you create anything, I don't give a shit what it is. Music, art, writing, games, whatever the fuck. Yeah, watch it. Sit your ass down and watch this.
Yeah.
Do not sit there and go like, well, I mean, I could just watch something. No, you watch this, right? I'm giving a command at this point. Hello, cat.
The other one was scratching at the door. I opened the door. The other one just walks in out of nowhere.
This movie is like crack. It will motivate the shit out of you. And it's good in that regard. It teaches a lot without having to say a lot. And also just absurdly good for pushing people forward. I like it a lot. It's beautiful. I'm glad I now actually own the manga of it. It's good. The manga actually, also good, but legit, like, way better to watch the movie, in my opinion. Absolutely better. I shall hit this.
Thank you. Yes, I tried to open the door for you. What do you want? Okay,
hello,
goodbye.
cat. Alright. I'm gonna keep it as simple as that. Now we're on to our last two. So the Baki and Kengen collab. This should be obvious. That's going to be. I was disappointed. I was really disappointed. I wasn't expecting much, right? I was very clear, okay, we got a few fights, that's it. We get to the end. These fights are really lackluster. They are 2 or 3 minutes. They go by really quick. This is a short-ass OVA, and they do not last long. Obviously, Baki versus Oma lasts a while, but like that's kind of obvious. It's the two, main characters fighting. It also, funny enough, it spoils you. Because I need to preface. So Kengan's second season, the first part of Kengan's second season came out before this, right? So first part of second season of Kengan came out before this. The second part did not. The second part came out a few months after this. This fucking OVA tells you what the final fight is, essentially. Which is fucking crazy that this even happens in the first place. But also it's like, oh, okay, I know how the tournament ends now. But, a little disappointing in that regard. But it is just not super great with some of the fight stuff in there. Which is crazy. Because both of these series have fantastic fights. And, like, seeing Kengan characters hand animated, like, all the time. Because they're occasionally hand animated in their own series. But seeing them hand animated in here is nice. Kind of just okay overall, though, as an OVA. It's disappointing. Its opening is arguably the best part.
Oh. Alright, Night Sapphire, thank you for coming by.
Good night. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Ian.
Its opening is the best part of it. Which is really good. Fly High by... I'm not even gonna try and remember how to pronounce the band name, but they make great music and stuff like that. Also, in case you search it up, not the Fly High for Haikyuu or whatever, completely different one. You're looking for a bunch of like women in schoolgirl uniforms kind of jumping into the air. Really damn good song though. Honestly, sounds like it belongs in a fighting game. I feel like that's one of the things that puts it at least D and not anything lower.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, is that like a D or is it actually lower than a D? You just have a D. Alright, well, that's good to know at least.
Alright.
Oh, okay.
Get up. Move.
I figured as much.
If I could pull up my anime list.
You can go for it. I actually have mine. Open in a different tab. If you want to just add it here.
Am I?
No.
Oh, I went to the.
No, you went to that. Here, go. I thought it. Oh, I closed it. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Could you open up the chat again for me though? On the thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just open the tab then.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. This doesn't show it.
No, it doesn't.
Alright, sick. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Because it's clicked to this one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sharing the
We're gonna
window.
go here.
Or I'm sharing the window is what I meant to say.
I'm gonna go down to here. Alright, so. And then to follow it up. So that's what my anime list looks like right now, like my profile.
Okay, so it did move above One Piece.
Oh yeah, that's why I made this.
Oh damn.
This is good.
Good.
I oh, my voice. I am so fucking upset that I don't blame him, but one of my friends I asked about because he was asking about my profile picture on Discord. He's like, "Oh, what's that from?" I'm like, "Oh, Violet Evergarden." He's like, "Okay, just wanted to make sure." I'm like, "Hey, do you want to watch it, by the way? Because like it's a really good series. It would be for you, right? Like he watches a ton of all sorts of stuff, but he likes especially something that really has enjoyable characters and stuff like that, and an enjoyable plot. I mean, obviously that's the thing everybody enjoys shows for, but you know what I mean." And he's like, no, I'm good. And like he told me the reason why, and I was just like, man, I wish that wasn't the fucking case, because this is such a good fucking thing. I wish I could show to more people. Like, this is a good ass series. You get past the first 7 episodes, it's pretty good. Like, it looks beautiful. That's the first thing I will say, is it is fan fucking tastic on how it's animated.
That's from 2018.
Yeah. Like, you get a few seconds into it, like literally just a few seconds, and you're fucking amazed. right? That this was even an anime. Because it looks like a movie. And funny enough, the movie looks the exact same way. Wow. Excuse me.
Wow, shocker!
But this is really damn good. You get 7 episodes in, really damn strong. You get like 9 episodes in, absurdly strong. You get to episode 10, you cry. You cry. Now.
I think he's gonna cry. He was staring through the window before. Now he's looking at himself. He looked like, ooh.
Yeah, so you get 10 episodes in, you cry. You get 13 episodes in. This is a fantastic series, right? You don't cry that time, though you might come close, but you don't cry that time. And then you watch the movie and you cry, and then you do this. Like, I need to preface, because, I mean, the mouse can't be seen. Can I? Oh, I can use this as my mouse. I think this can be seen.
No, it should be able to be seen. I think you're good there.
So if I did not
say names.
Yeah. I'll say names as well, just to be safe. If I did not watch the movie, or rather, if I stopped prior to the movie, it probably would have been like.
I think you had it above Gurren before, didn't you?
Yeah, actually, I had it above Gurren. Yeah, so it'd be right here above Gurren, right in between Steins Gate and Gurren. So you would have seen it.
Pretty tight with a look back.
You would have seen it down here. Wrong image.
I love that.
So you would have seen it down there. Now I watched the movie, and when I watched the movie, I put it up above Steins Gate, and I had to sit there for a minute, and I'm like, okay, me, you need to think about this, because everything above that is One Piece, Bleach, ReZero, Fist of the North Star, right? Also, should obviously be noted, I don't include stuff in my manga section that I haven't read. So if you see anything in my anime that's not directly in my manga one, it's because I haven't, like, read it, right? If I've read something like One Piece, it goes in there. If not, you know. But I was like, okay, me, you have to think about this. There's One Piece, Bleach, ReZero, Fist of the North Star. It's not surpassing the top 2, right? Like, it would have to do fucking flips to get past ReZero. This is the fucking wall that stops it from flipping. And then there's Bleach, which is like, maybe, but again, it has to do like a line of crack and then start flipping. Which, like, you know, I thought was possible. I legitimately thought, you know what, it could happen. And guess what? I still have a fucking OVA to watch. I still have an hour-long OVA to watch. It might even be 2 hours. I still have a decent while of content to go through.
Wait,
and
the OVA is that long?
Something like that.
Oh god, I didn't know that.
So there's a chance Bleach could get fucked over. Then again, I still have to watch 1,000 Year Blood War. Like, I have to watch the adaptation of that. So that could fix it, right? That could make it so that it's also a wall.
Yeah. Yeah. 1,000 Year Blood War is a...
But...
Especially once we get to Core 4.
In my opinion, with the direction it was going in, it was like, okay, Fist of the North Star is fucking impossible. ReZero has the slightest chance, but it is, like, borderline impossible for Violet to also go past that. Bleach, gonna be really tough. It could, but it's gonna be really tough. And then One Piece was also a tough one. But I was like, okay, I have a movie to watch. Or rather, I watched the movie, and that's when it ended up where it was, right? Which was right behind One Piece, right in between Steins Gate and One Piece. And I had to sit there for a while, and I'm like, okay, I'm hyper fixated on this, right? And I think if, and also before somebody tries to say, well, you can only be hyper fixated if you have ADHD or some shit, congrats, I am, like, officially diagnosed, not even from myself. I got papers, bitch.
Yay, papers!
Yeah. And I have been for a while. As my friends have pointed out to me, I could possibly have more than that. But anyways. So, I had it in between these. And I'm like, this is a tough thing to think about. Especially because I'm hyperfixated on it, right? So it's like, I can't just decide to have this move up out of nowhere. Like, it's brand new, I have it move up, right? I was worried about that with Medaka Box. I put Medaka Box in my top 10. I was worried about that because I was like, well, what if I like finish this, or what if, I think about it a week from now and I'm not huge on it. It's still here because it belonged here, but like I had to think about it in a sense of like, should I, even though I did it regardless, I did the reckless decision of I'll put it in there and we'll see. It stayed in there, but I don't want to make the mistake of not having something stay in there, right? So, I had to think about it for Violet. And then I thought about it. And a whole, week went by. It went from Sunday to Saturday. I was still thinking about this, and its movie, and its episodes, and all that. So I decided, yeah, fuck it, it's above One Piece. It belongs there. This is good. This is really fucking good. Again, I still have an OVA to watch. If I watch that OVA and it's phenomenal, and then I watch 1,000 Year Blood Wars adaptation, and I'm like, well, this is pretty good. Too bad it loses, right? Or like some shit like that. That might happen. This might be a top 3. This is absurdly good. I love this fucking series. And yeah, that's my year. This and this. There you go.
Yay! Give it up for 1 a.m.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh. Alright, so I was saying, hey, maybe we'd rank, the animes of the year. The actual animes that came out this year.
Alright, let's rank video games of the year that I played. Alright, Infinite Wealth, number 1. Number 2, I played nothing else.
Number 3, Cat Stop.
Number 2, actually, I did play Okami, but I was literally in the middle of finishing that.
Yeah.
Straight up, I got called down in the middle of being in the second last dungeon.
Alright, well, this is my list. This list.
It's a manga.
Yeah, I'm like, you have less anime, but you have like partially manga here, and then I got.
No, yeah. My video is gonna be long when I talk about a lot of this shit because it's like I also forgot to do my stuff from 2023 in review, so I'm gonna have a shit ton there as well.
Yeah, see, I was gonna say, okay, let's do like
specifically anime of the year.
Yeah, specifically the anime of the year. But I'm like, I have to get the images now. And that'll take me 5 seconds.
I don't even know what the fuck I could really say for this year. Like, I don't know.
I don't even, well, I have a thing, but see, I guess it's more so of the fact of like you've probably watched some of it. I've watched some. Like, you haven't watched the Dawn to Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't watched Dungeon Meshi, but
like, go to my list. Out of if we're not including stuff that's stuff I've already read and therefore like we're just solely going off of this, the only things that go that high up are technically Kengan because its second season came out this year. I think the third season of Konosuba was out this year.
Yes,
Frieren
was also this year.
Technically, half of it was.
Yeah,
to my understanding, which is still fair to count.
Yeah, it started at the end of last year and then continued on into this year and didn't finish till like March.
And then
so it's like
and then the Baki and Kengan collab, and that's it. So like those, I guess look back. So like those 5, are essentially. Just imagine scraping off everything else. That's my 5.
I think I was saying to myself, I was saying earlier, I'm like, man, I didn't watch that much that came out this year. And then I started going, maybe I watched like half of what came out. I'm like, I watched a lot that came out this year.
Your top 10.
Never mind.
Not top 10. Your top 4 up there are primarily this year, with the one exception of Bleach, technically.
But this one was this year.
No, it was not.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Right.
Core 3 was
Core 3 was this year. But it's... Yeah, no, it's done. Right.
Yep.
So yeah, look back, Frieren, and ReZero Season 3.
Funny enough, they ended that shit at a good time because technically people can talk about it.
Chainsaw was last year, yeah?
No. Wait. Chainsaw was a while ago.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, no,
I couldn't remember.
It wasn't super long ago, but I think it was like either 2022.
Konosuba was this year.
Chainsaw Man was 2022, or it might have been 2023.
Haikyuu was this year. Dungeon Meshi was this year. The Dawn to Dawn was this year. Son of Ogre was this year?
The Son of Ogre...
That was this year, right? The pickle stuff?
Wait. I don't think so, because I did my anime adaptations video.
Oh no, I guess it wasn't. Oh, I watched it this year though. Apothecary was this year. This was this year. Too Many Losing Heroines. Finland was not. That's not. Solo Leveling was this year. My Hero was this year. Bochi wasn't this year. Bochi was like,
not.
Yeah.
I watched that weekly when it came out.
I don't know if Summertime was. But from what I understand from what Jason said, he said the last 4 episodes, there's so much shit happens, it's insane. So that's why I couldn't rank it. Because I kind of went, well, if it changes that
Dino
much.
was this year.
What?
Dino was this year.
Yeah, true. But it's not even done.
We don't even know how many episodes there are, so you can't even say half of it.
Yeah. So I'm kind of like, wow, like half of my list is this year. Or maybe
you know what?
not exactly half, but almost half.
I could have technically.
I actually have a lot.
I could have technically ranked Daima, even though it's still ongoing. If I were to put it somewhere, honestly, I think right below Kengan. It's still very enjoyable. It's really damn good.
So right below this.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so people know. Yeah, I thought about doing an anime of the year thing, and I was like, nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Fair.
I know I set up all those folders of like animes of years because I wanted to go through it with you and like actually make a like list for each year. But I think what has to happen is you have to watch, some more from this year because at least if that happens, it's like okay, we have more of a general consensus.
It's funny about this. I assumed like okay, because I was like, oh, this is like really popular and everything. I'm like, what was it competing with this year? That what like cause when it came out, right? Because I was trying to see because I heard it's like oh yeah, second season is like fucking.
It's January, I think. So it's it's
something
coming out soon.
So I was like, what was it? I'm like, what was it competing with at the same time as its release? Dude, this series, even if it's popular, it did not stand a fucking chance when it came out.
Why?
It was competing with Freerin, Season 2 of Spy Family, I'm trying to remember what else. There was
that
so
this
much.
year?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure. Based on what I looked up, I think so.
Huh.
Unless it was a movie. I might have been wrong.
No, it wasn't a movie. I remember trying to watch that a couple years
Wait, hold
ago.
on. I saw Season 2 Spy Family with it, so maybe, hold on. Yeah, look this up. Pull that up and, when the fuck did this come out? Why did it look like me?
I screwed up.
I
forgot the X.
Yeah, you forgot the Y this time.
I put the Y, I swear!
Give me.
No. I think it was this that was this year.
2023. Oh, wait. Oh, it was 2023. Go to Season 2. Wow. Yeah.
2023. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was... Okay. Oh, I know why, because it was probably airing into 2024. Just like Freerun.
I think so.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. It was with Freerun, it was with Spy Family.
Because
it was...
Fall 2023 top anime. I want to see... I saw an image that showed what it was competing with, and it was just not fucking fair. I think this is the one. Pull it up. Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Spy Family, Attack on Titan, Eminence in Shadow, Freerun, Dr. Stone, Goblin Slayer Season 2, Shield Hero, Deadmount, which I've heard of occasionally, 100 Girlfriends, which I've heard people say is like funny and all that, and I've actually seen people post a lot.
I was like, I'm not sure what to think of that, because it sounds so weird.
From what I understand, it's a lot more comedy than it is anything else.
Okay.
From what I've heard. I don't know if that's true, but...
From what I understand, the third season of Cheerleader is supposed to be better now, but it doesn't seem to be too hot.
But yeah, it's like, this is what it was fucking competing with. It was like...
Isn't Goblin Slayer a bad anime? Isn't that that bad one?
People enjoy it a lot. I'm not personally huge on the concept of it and everything, but people do enjoy it a lot. And this was like after a long while. Like, Goblin Slayer The original Goblin Slayer, I think, came out in like
Because
20...
the best I know is good.
like the original Goblin Slayer, I think, came out in like 2016, 2017, something around that. So it's been a while.
Yeah, it had to compete with all of those.
Yeah, it was not fucking winning. It was thrown out, and it was like, oh yeah, this series is gonna win because it's popular, and then immediately fucking 10 trains came in.
Yep. Yeah,
And now
I
it's
was
coming back in February, and it's gonna get fucked again.
I was talking about the Dandadan earlier, and I know we're kind of just talking a little bit now before I stop because I guess I could do my games. I don't have that much. I could do them, but I mean, like, I don't know. Trail, are you still here? Would you be interested if I talk about the games a little, or it wouldn't be that long? It's like 6 games, and I'm not gonna really go in depth. I'm just gonna say like a tiny bit about each, and then just leave it alone. But it's up to you, man. If you're still here, because I'm like, I don't think there's a point. But yeah, I was talking about the Dandadan, and I was like, I didn't expect to enjoy that as much as I did. It was so weird. It was so strange, but it's so fun.
Yeah.
What the heck? I was like, why did I enjoy that so much?
It is, I won't lie. It's gonna be hard to say what the fuck is gonna be like an actual ranked anime of the year for this year.
Yeah, this year was pretty hot.
There is way too fucking much.
There's Dungeon Meshi, Dandadan, Apothecary, Free Ran, and that's not even talking about like everything else.
Yeah, it's not even talking about like Bleach
that we were
Zero
just
continuing.
talking about. Like Spy Family counts.
Hmm.
No, Spy Family doesn't count because it ended last year, or 2023. I mean, it did end in 2023. The other two just kept going because they started a little after.
Hmm.
But I mean, it even has to deal with some animes that are like, they might not be as popular, but they're still really, really good. Like I was talking about Solo Leveling, Too Many Losing Heroines. Like, we also got movies like Look Back, ReZero Season 3, the first part. Like, Jesus.
I think Look Back either is a nominee or has a potential to be a nominee for a fucking like Grammy or some shit. So it's like, it is doing absurdly well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good. It's just a short film. Yes, guys, this is how we talk to each other a lot, so, you know, time flies. Time goes by. Yeah, I have a few games I could talk about. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this quickly. Fudge it all. I'm gonna do it really quickly. If you want to stick around.
No.
What?
We have like 5 games there.
That's the point! No, it's more like 6.
1, 2, 3. Oh,
I have one on my
4.
notepad.
Okay.
We're just gonna do games of 2024. So these are the games I played in 2024. We're gonna just talk about them quickly. That is not helpful.
Hooray.
Screwed up. That's supposed to be. How did I categorize that? Where is favorite games? There you are.
I do want to finish Okami, so
Yeah.
I shall
Okay.
disappear. Farewell, everybody.
Thank you for your help. Input thing. I'm guessing Trail's gone, or he's asleep. Something. Right, Sachi? That's okay. I have cats with me, so I have cats to keep me company. But I'm basically done. I'm just gonna go through like this quickly, and I'll just put them all up, and then I'll actually talk about them quickly, and then that's it. So I'm looking at this because I'm categorizing it in my head. Category 1, Category 2, category 3. Okay. So this is gonna look a little awkward, but you gotta stay with me because there's a reason it's gonna look awkward. All right. We good? We good. So I have some games I haven't finished yet, and I am gonna talk about those too, but we'll get to those later. Okay, so I can actually save these images. Oh no, it doesn't really actually. Okay, it's not going to save it properly. So how I'm going to do this is the top row is S, the second row is A, so the third row is C, or sorry, not three, C, B. B is the highest we're going to get because I haven't played many games this year. Nothing hits an A or an S for me. There is nothing this year that I played that hit A or S. Let me explain. So from the games I've played, these are ones I've played and finished. However, Jamboree doesn't involve finishing the game. So S tier is empty, A tier is empty, and then we have Persona 3 Reload in B tier that I played this year, and finished it off this year. Persona 3 Reload was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. My only gripe with it, well, I have a couple gripes with it that do hold the game back for me, as you saw from my favorites, which I will actually make a video of eventually. I'll make sure to cut that out in this video. But but Persona 3 Reload is a interesting one for me. It was a lot of fun. It definitely had probably the best final boss fight in the series for me. That final boss fight was probably my favorite. No, that final boss fight is my favorite. It's not my favorite boss fight. The Shido boss fight in P5 wins for me. But I think I might have liked that fight. And Yaldabaoth is my second favorite. But the final boss fight here with Nyx was my favorite final boss fight. If we're talking original games, in the sense of we're talking Persona 5, then it's my second favorite final boss fight because Yaldabaoth is the final boss in that one. But it depends on what game. I haven't played Persona 5. I've played Royal, so I'm going by Royal standards, especially because Royal is the complete version. So its final boss fight isn't Yaldabaoth. That's why I'm considering this one my favorite final boss fight, but I guess you could count the Aegis story as the final boss fight then, so I don't know. You could count it as my favorite or my second favorite depending on how you want to perceive it. But my point being is, this game was a lot of fun. I had a blast starting out. It did die down at a point for me, and there was no real incentive to keep pushing through the days like the other two games had, I found. What I mean is, with the whole thing of just, here's the date, and that's just it, and you're just going towards it, it kind of feels a little empty there, instead of having things happening. Sometimes things happen, but it didn't, sometimes there were, story elements, but it didn't really last that long, so you kind of had to, push through the days yourself, at least for me. And at the beginning, it was no problem, because I was very interested by the game, but at a certain point, once I hit, the mid-game, that's where I felt it, partially because the story slowed down a lot, and things got kind of just, nothing was happening, so it kind of really, really dragged on. There was no school because it was summer, and I'm talking about all that stuff, after all the stuff that, happened, all the, big reveals that happened in the summer, you had the next month that just kind of had nothing really happening, and it kind of slowed it down to a crawl for me, and then I kept trying to force myself to play it. I should have put it down and then came back to it, but unfortunately for me, a mid-game like that, dying down, getting slow, is a problem for me. And I also have a problem with one other thing, which was the issue of the game not changed to accommodate the new mechanics and how fast you can get your social stats, leaving the nighttime and the daytime very bare minimum for what you can do. In terms of, sure, the daytime you have social links, but that's all you're going to be doing. And it's like, well, if it was like spread out a little better, in the sense of like some could change to night for whatever reason, no problem there. Then you have a little more flexibility and more things to. If you just had more things to do around the areas, it would have made it better. So I kind of like, I have that complaint. I have the complaint about like there was no real set incentive other than just getting to, you know, the final day to just fight the new shadow, the new boss shadow. There was no like real incentive to do that. It felt a little slow there, but this game was still phenomenal. This game was still amazing. I loved it. I love the Persona games so much. I'm fucking addicted to them now. And like Reload still did an excellent job with the back half of its game and the beginning of its game, like the first like few months and the last few months, especially the last month. Like this game was amazing for almost the entire thing. It's just, it has a few hiccups and a few things that kind of slow down the pace, and that kind of just make you feel like you're just being very repetitive, that I don't like, because I literally just kept going to the arcade to power up a Persona, because I'm like, what else do I do at nighttime when I've cleared the Tartarus in one day, or sorry, not one day, in one night, 1 or 2 nights, because it's not hard to clear. I think changing the stamina system to that clock thing where you can restore your SP was probably not a good idea. I know people probably didn't like the stamina system, but I think it worked better for the type of game this was, to make sure you couldn't overdo it in Tartarus, and you kind of had to take your time. So I think they kind of should have kept that, but it's alright. Anyways, Echoes of Wisdom. Oh man. Yeah, this one's in the C tier. Okay, so I'm actually not going to count it as a C tier, because it's not a C tier game for me. It is a B minus. So how I'm going to do this is the top 2 rows. The top row is a S tier. The second row is A tier. The third row is B tier, but then the fourth row is B minus. I think that's actually okay. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm changing this. So Persona 3 Reload is a B plus. Echoes of Wisdom is a B, and Mario Party Jamboree will be a B minus, because I'm like, Mario Party Jamboree is not a C. Excuse me. What are you talking about? That's not a C. I actually have to add Jamboree to my favorite games. I actually love that game. That's why I'm like, it is not a C. It is a B. It's a Mario Party game, so it's not going to go too high. But yeah, so Echoes of Wisdom is a B. Just solid B. Persona 3 Reload was a B plus. That's what we're doing. So A is top row. S is top row. A is second row. B plus is third row with Persona 3 Reload. And B is the fourth row with Echoes of Wisdom, which I absolutely loved the first half of the game. I thought it was going to jump into my top 10. The problem was, like, the game was so fun, so innovative, it was so interesting to do all this stuff. It was interesting the way the powers worked, the way the echoes worked, the way, like, you know, you had that, like, special thing that I'm not going to talk about in case people haven't played it, but the special things Zelda can do. I had so much fun with all of that. However, and the dungeons were great. They were so interesting, and so were the tribes that were, like, the areas you went to with the different, like, tribes, like Gerudo and Zoras and stuff that you got to see at the beginning of the game. I loved all of them. They were great. However, the second half of the game fell hard for me. I would give the first half of the game, and the first half of the game being the return to Hyrule Castle, after you, like, complete Hyrule Castle, I would give that a 9.5 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. I'm not sure. Probably a 9.5. I think a 9.5 is accurate. However, the second half of the game, I'd give like 7.5. Like it really dragged down for me. So the game is divided into two portions where the first two dungeons you have access to, and then you go to Hyrule Castle and do that dungeon. So it's technically the first three dungeons, but you have to do the other two first. And you can pick whichever one, Zoro, Gerudo area. And then the second half of the game has three different dungeons. Now you would think because they're split up, but still you could still choose between them, that the next three dungeons would be more difficult, that there would be more story, that things would be more engaging, more would happen to kind of like reveal the things, give you plot twists, other stuff. And not much really happened. There was some revealing of like story, and an interesting like little plot twist near the end that like led to the final boss fight, but not the dungeons didn't improve. They were like the same length, they were the similar puzzles, they weren't harder in any shape or form, which was weird because it's like, well, if you're going to split these up, make them harder. It felt the exact same, and it didn't improve on anything. And honestly, some of the dungeons felt weaker than the first two. Like, I think my favorite dungeons were the first two dungeons. I enjoyed the next three. The first three dungeons, because Hyrule Castle counts as a dungeon too. After Hyrule Castle, it's like you have the the dungeon in the Goron area, the dungeon in the Deku area, and then the dungeon on the Snowy Mountain. And I mean, the Snowy Mountain one was like probably my favorite of those three, but the other two were just okay. The forest one wasn't bad. Fire one was kind of lackluster for me, especially I'm a fire person. Like the second half of the game just fell hard for me. I just didn't enjoy it as much. It was not as fun. So unfortunately, it made Echoes of Wisdom go from like an A or an S for me, probably an A, all the way down to just a normal B. Like it dropped it. I still had so much fun with it and exploring the world and the lost areas. I still had a blast doing all that. It was a lot of fun. The game was a lot of fun in the overworld still, even after the first half. But yeah, that's kind of the problem I had, and the final boss wasn't really. It was pretty easy. I mean, I screwed up, but still pretty easy even with my screw up. So yeah, Mario Party Jamboree as a B-, makes sense. It's a lot of fun. There are some, problem mini games, but the maps, which are, the most important to me out of them all, if I had to pick between maps and mini games, I want better maps, and I love Mario Party Jamboree's maps. They do such a good job. I really think they did a fantastic job with the maps, so it carries that. The plaza's really cool. The emotes, I'm glad they added more, and they're nice and fun. And then the game's just a lot of fun. There's shitty mini games, and I do wish that they had more mini games, because the amount is a little bit lacking without motion. Like, you think 15, 20 mini games wouldn't make a difference, but it does, and I think it's partially because it's just they needed just a bit more mini games that were not motion controlled mini games. But c'est la vie, what are you gonna do, right? So yeah, B- for Jamboree, but still a blast, still really good, miles better than Super Mario Party. I'm glad they improved upon it and kind of put like a Super Mario Party and Super Mario Party Superstars into one game. I'm glad they did that and brought back like 2 old boards. That was neat. It was a good way to kind of reuse boards while also giving us new boards that didn't make the game stale for only having like a limited amount, which I think is part of the issue with Superstars. They only have 5. If they got more, maybe it wouldn't feel as stale, because it's not like you're replaying it's not like you're replaying too much the old boards too much, because now you have more variety. in terms of all old boards instead of. So, anyways, Vanguard Deer Days. I played that earlier for my birthday. I got it for my brother, who was here earlier, and I played it. And this is not a C plus. This is just a standard C. It's okay. It's good. It was fun learning the new mechanics and meta of like Vanguard with the new like format. I actually like the new format. It's fun. I wasn't huge on the V series. I do have cards from the V series, but I wasn't huge on it. But this overdress format is actually pretty cool. It's actually fun. I do like it. It's interesting. I still prefer the original format overall. It was by far the best. But I do like the new format, and the story was interesting. It started off very interesting, but the problem was it just got kind of bland and very like easy to predict after a little bit. Like once things started happening, it was like, oh, and then after a tiny bit after like once things started happening, it was interesting, but then not long after it kind of just became easy to tell what was happening. And it kind of just another problem is a lot of the card packs are locked behind like DLC paywall, and I mean they're like a couple bucks each, but there's a lot of packs. And that also means I don't know if like the characters in the game will use, you know, those packs against you as well, like use cards from the packs. I hope so. If they don't, that makes it even worse, because it's like then you just play online. Well, I'm not spending DLC money to just play people online on this. I don't want to, because the game isn't really worth that. It was a fun game. I don't think I'd ever play it again, honestly. It was enjoyable to kind of learn the format, but there are some other games I'd like there are other Vanguard games I think I'd like to try, and while this new made-up cast was interesting, I'd honestly like to personally stick to like the main, like the original formats cast, because they were just the most interesting, like Aichi and all of them. So yeah, that kind of lands here. So this is my list for my games that I played this year. I've only beaten 4, quote unquote beaten, because Jamboree is a party game, as I said, but I've played enough of it to count it here. In terms of games I haven't beaten, in terms of games I haven't beaten, so I'm gonna make this a little taller, but I haven't beaten Friends of Mineral Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town. I haven't beaten Xenoblade. Xenoblade seems like a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it. And then there's this one as the last one so far. Oops, I didn't. Ugh. Okay. So I separated a row because I want to specify that these 4 games at the bottom are just games I haven't beaten this year, that I played this year. It's partially, the reason I'm doing stuff like this is partially because I like to just do it in terms of like, I don't know if I'm going to get back to it next year, and then it's like, well, it'll be hard to talk about, you know, the experience from this year. Xenoblade, I started up with Trail, who's in the chat. Say hi, Trail. And I still need to get back to it. I'm not even that far in. I think I'm like a few hours into the game. I just beat the boss that like captured, you know, Juju. Apparently people hate him, so yay. But just kind of beat like that boss, and I think he's supposed to technically be like the first boss, it seems. So, I don't know. This spider might have been the first boss. I'm not really sure. Actually, yeah. Does this spider count as the first boss, Trail? Technically, I guess so. Probably. or maybe the spider's just like the prologue boss, and then the actual boss that captures Juju is the first boss. So I don't know. We're gonna go with that. I like that one. Nice. But yeah, so Xenoblade so far, out of the 4 games I have played that I haven't finished, I would argue it's probably my favorite so far of the 4. It's interesting, the story's interesting, and the gameplay is very unique. You have to think a lot with it, but it's really cool, and it's like a weird kind of like RPG game, but it's really fun, and I'm liking it a lot. And I'm not even that far in, because I think I'm like under 10 hours. I think it's like 8 hours or 6 hours or something. Like, it's something small. And I know it's like an 80-hour game or something, or 100 hours or yeah. It's gonna be a while till I finish it though, so I will probably talk about it next year, full on. Story of Seasons. It's a Mineral Town, a game I grew up with. Not this specific one, but the original Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town. I like this one a lot. This version's interesting. I have some gripes with some of the models because they look way too chibi-like. Not the models, just the portraits. Sorry, I don't mind the chibi-like models. The chibi models make sense for this game. It does make a lot of sense. I think it's just the more chibi-like portraits sometimes look a little weird. It makes some characters look better, but it makes some characters look not as good, in my opinion, or way too young, like Poppery. Poppery concerns me. Not that Poppery didn't look a little young to begin with, but like she looks insanely young in this one. But as Scourge was talking about, the "Who the fuck are you" game. But yeah, I love this game. I like the additions. I like the stuff they added to this version in particular. This is a great remake, and for anybody who loves Harvest Moon, I highly recommend picking this one up, especially if you're a fan of the original Friends of Mineral Town. Like, I highly recommend this. I think you'll absolutely love it. I do plan to beat the game, though. I do definitely plan to do so. I actually started playing Koromon recently. It's a lot of fun. Definitely like old school Pokemon, but quite hard. Honestly, like, it feels like I'm playing Gen 5 for the first time, in the sense of like, yeah, I don't know anything here, and this is kind of kicking my ass because I have to figure out how all these things work. Oh man, except for typing's a little harder to figure out at times. Some typings are obvious, but some typings, yeah. But it's a lot of fun, and thank you again, Trail, for gifting it to me for Christmas. I'm glad I got to play it a little early, actually. Because he gifted it to me like a few days before, and I got to play it like I think right before Christmas. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I'm gonna keep playing it, and it has some interesting, funny stuff to it too. I got to fight oh, what was it? Oh, okay, it was some kind of machine because I had to like charge it, and I mean it wasn't actually attacking me. Nah, no worries, Joel. It wasn't actually attacking me. I just had to I had to hit it to like get it to work properly. And then the last one we have is the Ruby Arrowfall. I started that earlier. I got it for Christmas as well. No, I got it for my birthday as well for my brother. That was one of the 3 games I got. The other one I still have to play. It's Tales of Bizarria. That is a game I'm definitely think I'm going to really enjoy. I feel like it. But I know it's a long game as well, so I will get to that eventually, and I think Scourge wanted to watch me play it too, so I will get to that. But Ruby Arrowfall, it was actually kind of fun. I will say the first mission was like so fun. I was enjoying it. The way the Ruby, like the 4 main, the way Team Ruby, like each individual one, the way the way their powers worked and everything was super interesting. What they could do. It's like a side-scroller. A platforming side-scroller, and you use their weapons and guns and stuff. The mechanics were interesting. However, as I was getting further into it, there were some models that were like... Not models, portraits that were cut off when I was talking to characters. It was weird, and it kind of felt like that was a little rushed, and I was like, okay. And I was kind of getting stuck easily. I'm not bad with platformers. I'm usually quite accustomed to them at this point. They're not my like go-to, but I'm pretty accustomed to them. But it's a little hard to figure out what to do at times, and I will say that does hold it back. In terms of like, yeah, it's telling me to do things, and I know like I should know from the anime, but I don't, or anime from the show, but I don't. And it is interesting. The game is interesting. The game is fun, but yeah, it's a little odd. It is a little odd. I don't know how Grim Eclipse is. I don't have that one, but I hear that one's fun with friends. So, yeah, this one's more of like a single player, it seems. But I'm gonna keep going through it. I'll see how I feel when I finish it. But it's definitely the lowest of these four. I mean, I really like the other three, anyways, like a lot. This one's like decent. The Ruby game is decent. It's I don't know. I feel like it's worth a playthrough. Definitely is fun, but it's also a little annoying at the same time with certain things. And I'm like, well, I guess we'll just see where this goes. But yeah, so that's my list of games I have to finish and games I've finished. Pretty simple. Only 8 games here of this year. Like, literally what I was talking about, the beginning of this year was basically Persona 3. It was me continuing that, like, because I started at the end of last year, because I think that's when it came out. And then I just kept going into the beginning of this year. And then I started watching anime. And then, at some point I was playing Echoes of Wisdom. Other times I was watching, like, YouTube or doing other stuff. And at some point I started playing Deer Days once it hit, like, September. I was playing Xenoblade sometimes. I was playing Story of Seasons a lot at the beginning of the year as well. Not just Reload. So it was, like, a kind of mix between the two. And then, yeah, so. But yeah, so, just a friendly reminder, Persona 3 Reload is B+, Echoes of Wisdom is B, Mario Party Jamboree is B-, Vanguard Deer Days is just a C, just solid C, and then the bottom is just the games I have not finished, so I can't rank them. But if I did rank them, they are ordered at the moment. So, yeah. And don't worry about the actual order. I will say the games I'm actually having fun with that are not finished are Xenoblade, Story of Seasons, and Koromon. Ruby's kind of mixed at this point. Ruby's like the only one that's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like the same part of it's in the same boat as Vanguard Deer Days, where it might end up in like that same spot where I had fun with it, but it was frustrating and it was just kind of okay. Whereas these 3 games will probably, when I finish them, end up around Mario Party Jamboree, and Xenoblade I could see going higher. The other 2 I could see around Mario Party Jamboree. Or Echoes of no, Mario Party Jamboree. But Xenoblade I could see being around like Persona 3 Reload-ish. Maybe a bit higher. We'll see. But yeah, that's the list for this. That didn't take me too long. That took me like 20 minutes. That's not that bad. I've been streaming for like 4 hours, huh? Yeah. Oops. I didn't mean to stream for this long, but I did because I was like, I had so much to talk about. And I wanted to do... I didn't have to do these games, but I knew it was only going to take me 20 minutes, and it took me 20 minutes. Because, look at this. There's 8 games, and 4 of them are the only ones I could talk about, whereas the other 4 are, like, simple, quick things. So what are you going to do? It's a fun New Year's thing to just look over the previous year, or, well, the year that just ended, and rank everything. So that was a lot of fun. I'm glad I did this. As long as this took, I am kind of glad I did this. I was thinking of making it a video, but I'm glad I did a live stream. It was honestly more fun kind of interacting with everybody here. Even though there wasn't too much talk in the chat, when there is, and I'm doing this, it is more interesting that way. So I kind of thought that was the better way to go. But with that, I think that's about time I wrap up. It is basically 2 a.m. and I have things to do. I have people coming over tomorrow. I hang out with friends. So, yeah, and I might be playing a game later on. I might boot up Koromon afterwards. Who knows? But yeah, thank you guys for joining me in this. It was a lot of fun. I'm more so the anime itself. So we got my anime list. Haha, get it? But yeah, my anime rankings of the year for what I watched. My brother's rankings. My brother's manga rankings. And then, as I said, I already gave you guys the letters for this one. If you didn't hear it, you can go back. But my game rankings. Not a lot, I know, but what are you going to do? That's just how the year turned out for me. But yeah, I hope you guys all enjoyed that. That was fun. Yep. I guess that's about it. I'll see you guys, when's the next time I'll see you guys? I guess not till, like, I would say next year, but that's not accurate anymore. Damn it all! Yeah, I guess I'll see you guys, soon, hopefully. I know Blake is planning a stream, so I might be streaming with him if he's cool with that, which he usually is. So you guys might see me streaming on Friday. Let's see some more Mario Party. Yeah. Mario Party's fun. But anyways, thank you all for joining me. I hope you all enjoyed it. And have yourselves a good night and a good new year, since we're in the new year now, 2025. Woo. I'm gonna be older near the end of the year. Woo. Not very exciting, but woo. I'm sad. Anyways, have a good night, guys.